There is chaos in the Ministry of Sports. And if you remember, the CS was well aware, unless, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, you are telling the House that the CS was not aware of appearing before this House before he traveled abroad. So the question should be, the sports is in chaos. Look at the football, look at volleyball, look at athletics. You saw an athlete was being attacked by the dog. The CS has not even in Buenos Aires, in Argentina the other day, by the name Ngeno, Madam Speaker. And even the CS or even our ambassador in Argentina or even Ministry of Sports has not even issued a protest against the attack by the doctor against that gentleman. So, Speaker, there is a problem with our sports. And last time we censured the CS of Health for continuously avoiding in appearing before the House. But, Speaker, I request, because I don't have powers to direct you, I request your wisdom and direction that let the CS in charge of sports be summoned to appear before this House, because we cannot continue to raise issues. I have seen my brother, Senator Chute, was talking about the stadium. Me, I'm talking about Athletics Kenya, Sports Kenya, volleyball, among other agendas that we have in sports in this country, Madam Speaker. So as one of the questionnaire today that was scheduled, I woke up by 5. I've been practicing like a night runner for this session, only to appear in the morning to be told the CS is traveling somewhere abroad, Madam Speaker. So therefore, I think I want to request the House leadership led by Senate Majority Leader, and it is good the CS of Defense, who is Majority Leader Emeritus of National Assembly, he should be the one advising them in Cabinet that Parliament does not exist in vain. And CS Duale should do a lot of homework in the Cabinet. Thank you. And mentorship, and we can get him camel milk to encourage him to continue with that mentorship. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Chiradigei. Before I grant you the point of order, Senator Chiradigei, it's good you practice before you come to the House, but you are cautioned against practicing like a night runner, lest those issues arise during the day after the night running. What is your point of order, Senator Boni?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I very well understand the concerns of the Senator for Nandi. But the communication you made, which explained that the Minister for Sports was not able to make it this morning, was not your position as the Speaker this morning. You are guided by the decision of the House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, whereas the Senator is free to say all the things he said, if the Senate Business Committee was satisfied and allowed the Minister to be absent today, Madam Speaker, I think it is overreaching himself when the member of Nandi then wants to use that opportunity to prosecute his concerns. Let it be on record, Madam Speaker, that the Minister of Sports is properly absent out of the House, and therefore he'll have an opportunity to appear before the House. Let the media not send the impression that this House is summoning the Minister. In fact, in the Business Committee, the Minister requested that he be allowed to come next week on Wednesday. Nothing out of this world. Ministers have got responsibilities beyond appearing before the House, and if the Business Committee is satisfied, they grant. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Senator Karungo.
Madam Speaker, I have had an opportunity to work with the Chinese government, and the way they run their government, there is always forgiveness when you are an offender for the first time.
Of education to develop and implement a comprehensive first aid curriculum for schools.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in regards to that, I think the CS is in order. You know, this is the first time we are inviting him to appear before this House. And when somebody says that I'm unable because of either reason, sickness, maybe at home, family issue, I think since it is the first time, I don't think we should be very harsh to the CS. Actually, we should try to congratulate him in the sense that this country is going to host AFCON, Madam Speaker. That is a big thing that has never happened in this country. It is history in the making. So we should not try to, summon the good CS. Let's just give him that opportunity. If he repeats the mistake, even we are told a mistake is not a mistake. A mistake becomes a mistake when you repeat it. So, Madam Speaker, let's just agree to it that.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
I mentioned this. Papers to be laid on the table. Yes, proceed on, Honorable Naomi, and lay the papers on the table.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 4th October 2023, morning sitting. Report to Parliament on all new loans contracted by Government of Kenya from 1st May 2023 to 31st August 2023 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Number 2, annual report of the Public Service Commission for the financial year 2022-2023 from the Public Service Commission. Number 3, annual report and financial statement for the National Learning Institute for the year ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022 and certificates therein. Madam Speaker, I lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Madam Speaker, I want to state clearly that I'm of sound mind. That's why I've been elected twice. I'm the last mayor of Migori. I've served in various committees, including Budget and Appropriation Committee, Public Account Committee, Public Investment Committee, and I've held various positions. This House to order the Majority Leader, Honorable Ichung'wah, to 1, withdraw the statement and apologize to me and the great people of Suna West because they were adversely affected by the statement since I'm their representative in this House. And if I'm of not sound mind.
David Kipla.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
He was told by the anti-terror police to come and record a statement. Now I'm wondering whether our security machinery is working with Al-Shabaab or they are working against Al-Shabaab. This thing, the government must take it very seriously. We cannot be pretending to be fighting the terrorists there when we go to support us. The government does not have to support the other side. Thank you.
You Honorable Atandi, then I'll come to you, Honorable Kangogo. Yes, I can see all of you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to join my colleagues from Northeastern who have raised this issue of insecurity in their areas where Kenyans are being kidnapped and they cannot be traced. Madam Speaker, recently I heard the Cabinet Secretary for Defense claiming that he is going to do everything within his ability to ensure that the questions of Al-Shabaab is clearly cleared. But Madam Speaker, we are really failing as a country. And the fact is that the questions of homeland security in our country is something which we have not been able to address as a government. And even to date, Madam Speaker, these issues are everywhere. Other than the Al-Shabaab question, there's also insecurity issues across the country. In my constituency, thugs, robbers are roaming around. And Madam Speaker, I was surprised when our president said that he's willing to go to Haiti to help. So, Madam Speaker, we want to urge this government to be serious and to get focused. You cannot claim that you want to go to Haiti to address insecurity issues in Haiti, and your own country people are being kidnapped, and thugs are roaming around, and you cannot even handle them. So let us be a government that is going to be very serious. And if we cannot address our own challenges, Madam Speaker, this is the moment I need to air my views on this Haiti issue. I know it will come here. But I know that this government is fond of making mistakes, obvious mistakes. This government does not even listen. They just wake up and make pronouncements that have no basis. So this issue of Haiti, in line of the challenges we are facing as a country.
Honorable Atandi,
yeah.
You're contravening Standing Order 85. You're anticipating debate of a matter that is yet to come to the House.
I'm
just proceed along the lines.
I'm just discussing something which is national, which is being discussed across the country. It is something which Kenyans are discussing, and Kenyans are wondering why you are asking.
Or a statement relating to that, but you have the opportunity to follow
up. Let me, Madam Speaker, let me conclude by saying that the government of the day needs to wake up and do things that will serve Kenyans, especially in the area of security. And we don't want to hear these issues of Kenyans being kidnapped, while ministers are sleeping in the offices and the president is roaming around the world, touring and making speeches, some of which have no basis and have no relevance for the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I support.
What's your point of order on the Fadimbrad? Member for Kwanza.
Madam Speaker, let's be a bit conscious. I think the point raised by our friend from Nigeria, I think it was more important we talk about what is happening in that area and then bring in Haiti. If you are completely out of order, I think don't allow this kind of thing. If it's Haiti, which is everybody is talking about, we'll talk about it later. But we are talking about a situation which 2 or 3 people have been abdicated. That means we should do something about that. And ask the police to do something about the abdication of innocent people. If it's a police, we talk about the police and specify the area, somebody in charge of that particular area. What has he done? But now bring in Haiti and talking about the president doing nothing about it, I think is not bearable. I can't be sitting here listening to people talking about things that are not actually applicable here. Can he withdraw what he has just said about the president and what the government is doing about Haiti? We are not talking about that. You are not finished. You withdraw.
Honorable Kangogo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support my good friend from Ijara, and especially the disappearance of the 3 of his constituents. Madam Speaker, our security in the country has become very a serious issue, and our security officers, they have become more overreactive than proactive officers. Madam Speaker, whenever there is an issue, for instance, of a security problem in an area, our police officers, they go thereafter and they react in a different ways, including abducting people. Sometimes they get the wrong people. Or sometimes even they go drive away animals, like what they did in my constituency, driving away animals which belonged to a different innocent people. Madam Speaker, it's a general insecurity in the country is a big problem, cutting across all the way from the northern Kenya to Rift Valley. And Madam Speaker, we want our security officers, including the NIS, to get their information right, especially when it comes to security, because sometimes you will find that innocent people are victimized. Innocent people are killed, and the criminals are left out still roaming. Madam Speaker, as we speak, there are many KDF camps which are set up in Kerio Valley, for instance, and even there are many also in Northeastern. But you will find that the impact is very little. They wait until those Al-Shabaab or those, they attack, and then now they go following the footsteps of the Al-Shabaab and say, when following to a certain village, abducting just innocent people. Where were they when those criminals were planning the attacks? Where were the NIS? Where were the security officers? So, Madam Speaker, we want every Kenyan to account for their deeds and actions. If you are found to be a criminal, let someone be taken to court and be prosecuted, Madam Speaker, so that we don't just find people disappearing, and these people we cannot tell were they criminals or not. Madam Speaker, the other issue I want to speak, Madam Speaker, in this issue, even in Kerio Valley, I lost quite a number of people who were abducted, and then some of them, they were found in rivers somewhere. Some of them, they were found in West Pokot. They were thrown in the forest. In the name of they were criminals, they were bandits. And you will find that sometimes they just innocent people. So we want to see a functioning, a working security system in Kenya. People who can follow a rule of law. We cannot just have as our security officers, or even including senior government officers, when they are going somewhere, they go with all the cameras, with all the media houses. They go issue press conferences, and in the afternoon they are back to Nairobi. The same security continues in those places. We want to see a serious, functioning national security. Madam Speaker, I want to support my colleague, the Honorable.
The Honorable Member for the Honorable Mutunga, Mr. Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also support my colleagues on this particular issue. Honorable Speaker, as he read through the statement, he mentioned how people are being picked. It is systematic. It is happening on a continuous basis. And there doesn't seem to be an end to this. Honorable Speaker, sometimes we remember with nostalgia when we used to have CIA in this, CID, a working CID in this country. When people could not do anything, anywhere, and run and get away with it. I remember the time when people could not even write anything in their own houses. The time of seditious publications. Honorable Speaker, we need the police organized. The police needs to get to their work. They need to get people everywhere. If there is a problem with the police, if the police are not enough, or if the security system is not enough, we need also to think of arming the civilians. There used to be NPR, even in town, even in this city, there used to be NPR. I remember Patrick Shaw was shooting criminals in this town. There were several others who were actually hunting criminals and killing them. These are criminals who have started in a certain corner of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, there is no guarantee that they will not go everywhere in this country. There is no one who is safe. If they can abduct somebody from Boni Forest, tomorrow they will abduct somebody from Lamu itself, Lamu town. Next day they will abduct somebody from Kitui. Then they will come to Nairobi, then they will go everywhere. They must be stopped. And to stop them, we must see seriousness in the function of the police and the function of the security system. And the issue of having NPR needs to be looked into, because local communities know exactly what happens. Sometimes they have insights, but they do not have the means to contain these criminals. So there is need for us to think about having the local community engaged in having concerted efforts in containing the insecurity in some of these areas. And I want to reflect on my own constituency, Tigania West, where we border Isiolo. And there has been issues of insecurity for a very long time. And we have requested the government to add. They have given us only 10 NPR. We need about 40. If we have 40 because there are 400 Each one of them can contain 10. So we are saying, Honorable Speaker, we need to, if we cannot have the police, armed police taking care of this country, let us arm the civilian and we'll sort out the problem. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Mount Elgon, Honorable Kapondi. Honorable members, let's keep it brief because I know that this concerns many constituencies. So I think let's make it brief so that many people can have a chance.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to add my voice on what my colleague from Ijara has raised. And Madam Speaker, this issue of insecurity around that area, I think it requires a relook in terms of strategy. Look at this case of Boni. It has become an endless story to an extent that whatever is happening currently there is a forgotten case. So, Madam Speaker, bearing in mind that for the first time in the history of this country, the security sector is in the hands of the local boys from Northeastern, I think it is the humble time for the leadership from that area to sit down and come up with strategies so that this situation is eradicated once and for all. Madam Speaker, there is an issue that my senior Farah has raised. Adding militia can also assist organized locals because the area is vast and you cannot overwhelmingly depend on the security services on the ground to sort out the mess. Because in majority of the cases, you may be surprised that they are also contributing to the problem. Because what is happening, and I've been raising some of these issues in committee meetings, is that the security personnel that are pushed to some of these areas as a security personnel that are facing disciplinary action. So somebody who is a disciplinary case, somebody who has a problem with alcoholism is posted to these areas. What kinds of security support are they going to provide? Obviously, they will be part of the problem. So we need an urgent solution so that this problem cannot be recurring every now and then, so that we should not be sitting here lamenting instead of providing solutions. So, Madam Speaker, I would suggest, and in the affirmative, you know, when disappearances happen in rural areas, that is a signal of a failure on the part of security to sort out the mess that is there. So we need to do something urgently, and we need to do it now. Colleagues from Northeastern, we need to take advantage of the government initiative that the locals are in the forefront of leading the security sector in this country, so that we should stop lamenting, we have solution, we put this thing in the back burner of history. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we proceed, allow me, honorable members, to recognize the presence of the following schools who are seated in the public gallery. Kwatito Secondary School from Kilome constituency, Makueni County. Little Stars Academy from Embakasi West constituency, Nairobi County. Delight Kids Center Primary School from Embakasi West constituency, Nairobi County. And lastly, I recognize the presence of Westlands Primary School from Westlands constituency, Nairobi County, seated at the Speaker's gallery. And on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I wish to welcome the teachers and the students of those schools to the National Assembly. Thank you. The Honorable George Murugara.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the request made by the member for Wajir, or for Injara, as regards the disappearance of the 3 constituents due to insecurity in that area, not just in that area, but in the greater part of the northern Kenya and northeastern Kenya. It has been persistent. And it is the high time a solution is actually found, because we cannot live in this country with areas, certain areas, especially the northern parts of Kenya, being insecure, while we have some of the best security forces, very well trained and professional, and they are available. Somebody somewhere is not doing its job, is doing his job, and this is why you hear members trying to drag in the name of His Excellency the President, which is actually not proper. It is improper in that it is because of the work he has done, he is earning that recognition, including the plea being made to him to assist the country of 80. This is not unusual even in other areas of the country, including my own constituency, because about a month ago, some 3 traders from the Raka constituency did undertake a journey to Isiolo, to a town known as Kinat, for business, livestock business. On the way, they were kidnapped, they were robbed, and in fact, they were killed. Their bodies were discovered 2 days later, and we are to bury these gentlemen coming Saturday. Up to today, the only news we have for the people of Tharaka is that investigations are going on. And this is not good enough. To the police, to NIS, to the DCI, and everybody, this is not sufficient. It is the high time we go back to where we used to be, when you would actually not cough. And the then, they were NIS with a different name, intelligence, whatever their name was. The special branch would actually get you from underneath your bed. This is where we should be. We cannot be waking up to crime after crime when actually we have security agencies that are top-notch in the world, very well trained. Some are taken to Israel, some are taken to European countries, to the Americas, and they come back when, in our view, they are actually ripe for the job. But soon after that, it is abductions, it is killings, it is loss of lives in unexplained circumstances. They themselves cannot explain. It is the high time we put this to a stop. Let us have investigations that are complete, not pending forever, and also let's not edge on statements that the security agencies were not aware. Thank you very much. I do support.
The Honorable Member for Marsabit, Honorable Naomi Wako. I'll come to you, Honorable Member for Homa Bay Town.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this very important statement by Honorable Abdi Ali of Ijara regarding the disappearance of 3 male adults. And it is something that is very common to many of us who come from northern part of Kenya and northeastern. And Madam Speaker, especially in Marsabit and northern part of Kenya, we feel that the life of wild animals is more important than the lives of human beings. And that is why the disappearance of these 3 male adults is not taken seriously, because the families are going through a lot of stress and suffering. They don't know whether their loved ones are alive or not. And sometimes we even feel that the attention that the security agencies is giving is not worth the life of these people. So, Madam Speaker, the insecurity in northern part of Kenya has been going on for many years. And when you report the procedure that you go through, because they take a lot of time, even for them to accept that something serious has happened, I don't know whether it is their way of responding to issues or any distress call or any report they get, but it is as if whoever is reporting is not given any attention. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I feel the police service needs to be reformed completely. And now that we are digitalizing everything, especially from those areas, can we propose that they digitalize, especially that area whereby somebody somewhere is suffering and a life is in danger, so that they can quickly act and either save a life or act quickly so that the people who are affected can feel that at least they have gotten the attention of the government. Some 3-4 years ago, some people were abducted here in Nairobi from Marsabit. And we followed the issue until even after elections. And up to date, we don't know whether those people are alive or they are not alive. And the families, the children, the neighbors, when they remember that, and it is something that they keep remembering. You know, they call us as leaders and we have no answers. And I'm sure even Mheshimiwa and all the others who are from that area are going through the same stress at this particular time. And that is why today we need to demand protection of every life in this country. It doesn't matter where you come from, who you are, and what you are doing. To protect people's life is the priority and should be the responsibility of our government. In my own county, and especially in Saku constituency, Madam Speaker, people cannot do business in my county anymore, and especially Saku, because during the night, the town or the village is taken over by others, and they loot. They can drive away your animals while you are watching. They can, you know, get into your house and kill you. They can come to your shop and you cannot say anything. When you report, it is after 6-7 hours that they can come and do or start the investigation. And by that time, you've lost everything, you've lost a life, and even that person has already died and buried. And so that is why we feel that the losing of innocent lives through bullet or through disappearance has become the order for the day, and we need to overcome this. We used to say, especially those of us who come from northern part of Kenya, some time back we used to say, it is when you get to Nairobi, to Isiolo, that you feel that you have seen Kenya. And this happening, you know, the killing and the disappearance of our people happening, makes us feel that we are not yet fully adopted or accepted as Kenyans. So, Madam Speaker, I support this, and it is my prayer that these people will be traced and their families can be updated. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Homa Bay Town, Honorable Kaluma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to this matter. Honorable Speaker, may I first join you and the House in welcoming the students and pupils who have come from across the country to observe the proceedings. And maybe in pride, Honorable Speaker, indicate to them that the presiding speaker today was my teacher at the law school. And so it is just in order that you've also come with your teachers. We are praying for you, and we are looking forward to a time when your teachers will be on the seat of the speaker, and possibly several of the pupils and students here present today will be speaking granted permission by their teachers the way you have, Honorable Speaker. And I'm saying this in jest because it's the first time I'm confirming the Honorable Speaker taught me. You know, Honorable Naomi Wako does not know that. And so it's a pleasurable thing when we have teachers and students also in the House. Honorable Speaker, I've served in the Security Committee of the National Assembly for the past 10 years. And in that period, I've toured all these disturbed parts of our country, from northeastern to Ijara to Boni Forest and all those people, all those places. I want to thank the honorable member who has brought this matter to the House by way of statement for bringing it up. Honorable Speaker, to lose a life is a very serious matter, and it's a very painful matter, because the first duty of any state is to protect the lives of its citizens. To lose 3 cannot be any less serious. And an Honorable Speaker, I'm confirming it is not only the 3. In my tour of duty in the areas being spoken about, Kenyans wake up not knowing whether they'll return home alive in the evening. Kenyans bid their children bye in the morning not knowing they will hug them again in the evening.
You listen to members blaming it on the police and other services. I think the time has come for us to be much more serious. There is a very big problem with the management of security in Boni Forest and other places. Honorable Speaker, when I toured these disturbed areas, I met the police officers. And the police officers who are assigned duty in these operation zones, once you go there, you are forgotten. I met officers who are posted in these areas, and they stay there for 20, 23, 27 years from the time of recruitment. They are not being moved back to serve other places. These police officers are not being promoted. These police officers are not being rewarded. These police officers do not have equipment. Honorable Speaker, these are areas which are infested with a lot of improvised explosive devices. You can imagine a person is crying they are under attack, and you are being required as a police officer to go in ordinary vehicle. You've seen these officers being blown up as they are going to help each and every time. We want to say that let us give these officers equipment. Let us facilitate them. Let us treat them as other Kenyans, and then let us bolster the security in those areas. Honorable Speaker, it is very painful. When you want to know a senior police officer in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, you look at their waistline. You have police officers with over 56, 70 waistline. They are too big in the middle than the body. But they're the officers being promoted every day, wives of people, relatives of people. Other officers serving the country are rejected outside there. I want to ask Honorable Speaker that this matter returns to the House in a better form where it can be discussed in depth and serious solutions can be preferred around those areas. Boni Forest is a very small place. Why don't we have enough police officers there, even if they are walking on foot, to clear this so-called Al-Shabaab at once, instead of our watching as people are being butchered like goats and other animals the way we watch every day. Yet police officers are idling here. Why don't we have KDF officers romp this place we call Boni Forest? Within 1 week, we have our security apparatus and we clear this area and we shield it from external aggressions in the future. Honorable Speaker, strategies can be applied. I pray that the honorable member pursues this thing. Let us have a motion or a form of proceedings before the House over this matter on which we can give resolutions which can be actionable, Honorable Speaker. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I know because it's an emotive issue and it touches on your constituents, I exercise my discretion to allow you to speak at length on this point. But I think this is a matter members also can raise with the Cabinet Secretary for Interior. And also, I just want to bring your attention to Standing Order 43, Members' General Statements. Notwithstanding Standing Order 30, on hours of meeting, the Speaker shall interrupt the business of the House every Tuesday at 6:30 to facilitate members to make general statements of topical concern. A member who wishes to seek leave to raise the matter under Standing Order shall, before 3 p.m. on the day of the statement to be made, hand to the Speaker a written notification of the matter, but the Speaker shall refuse to allow the request unless satisfied that the matter may properly be discussed in the House. No member making the statement under this standing order shall speak for more than 3 minutes unless you have the permission of the Speaker. So, but then it goes on in 44, talk about statement hours. So I know because it's an emotive issue, we ventilated a bit on it, but we shall leave it for the next Tuesday we have. I know next Tuesday is a public holiday, but the Tuesday following that, I encourage members to bring it because I know that there is another one which is another similar statement that is awaiting approval of the Speaker that is similar. So let's hope we can do it on a Tuesday. So I think for now, let's just move to the next order. Okay, next order.
Questions.
So I hope Honorable Yakub, you stand advised, yes? Thank you. Do we have any questions? Who are the owners of the questions? Okay, I can see on the list here, Ordinary questions. The Honorable Member for Matuga, Honorable Kasim Tandaza. Is not in the House. Okay. The Honorable Member for Bahati, Honorable Irene Murembo. Are you present? Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on standing order number 42G. My question is directed to Teacher Service Commission. Could the Commission clarify whether not being a bona fide local of a county was one of the criterion for disqualification from being recruited from junior secondary school internship positions in the county? Enumerate the parameters, if any, used to clarify an applicant as a local or non-local of a particular area for purposes of being employed in that area. 3, explain why Ms. Edna Mino Nzioka of ID number 22445112 and TSC number 998705, a resident of Bahati constituency, was turned away during interviews for junior secondary school internship position at Kimeumana Primary School in Bahati constituency on 1st August 2023. Explain the administrative measure it has put in place to ensure that recruitment of junior secondary school interns is transparent and free of any form of discrimination. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I think this will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Education. Next question is by the Honorable Member for Moiben, Honorable Professor Phyllis Barto. She's not present. The next question is by the Honorable Member for Homa Bay Town, Honorable Peter Kaluma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask question number 451 of 2023 to the National Police Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, could the Commission explain the transfer policy for police officers in the National Police Service, more so with regard to officers deployed in operation or hardship areas? 2, explain the promotion policy in the National Police Service, particularly with regard to officers deployed to serve in hardship and operation areas. 3, state the measures regarding transfer and promotion of officers who have served in operation and hardship areas for over 3 years. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable, okay, that will be replied by before the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs. Next question is by Member for Bamachoge Barabu, Honorable Engineer Obadia Nolfason.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to place the following 3 questions to the National Police Service Commission. Could the Commission, 1, explain the transfer policy? Could the Commission explain the circumstances under which the National Police Service Commission terminated the services of Mr. Japheth Mochama Mauti, force number 90638, with effect from 21st November 2016? The second question, could the Commission explain why the National Police Service Commission is yet to reinstate Mr. Mauti after the High Court acquitted him on 25th of July 2019 for all charges trumped up against him, including alleged possession of 720 rounds of ammunition and 5 liters of rifle oil? The third question to the Commission, could the Commission state the action it has taken to reinstate Japheth Mochama Mauti to the National Police Service and compensate him for the 7 years of joblessness that he has endured following his unlawful dismissal in 2019? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The question will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs. Thank you, Honorable Obadia. Next order.
Order number 8, the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2023. First reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the National Transport and Safety Authority Act.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Land Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 39 of 2023. First reading. A bill for an act of parliament to regulate certain transactions in land for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, motion, review of the scope of education bursary scheme under the National Government Constituency Development Fund and capitation for learners in primary and junior secondary schools.
Mover, the Honorable Edward Muriu. Cancel.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to present this motion, to move this motion before the House. But before I move the House, allow me to correct Honorable Kaluma, who is very proud of you that you are his teacher at the University of Nairobi, and also let him know that we were schooling together at the University of Nairobi. So when he's talking about his teachers, he should not also recognize me as one of your teachers, Mr. Karuma, Honorable Karuma. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The moved motion on the review of the scope of education bursary scheme under National Government Constituency Development Fund and the capitation of learners in primary and junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, that aware that Article 43(1)(f) of the Constitution, as read together with Article 53(1)(b) and (c), entitles every child to free, quality, and compulsory basic education. Cognizant of the fact that access to funding for education immensely contributes to the realization of the universal access to basic education in the country. Appreciating that Section 48 of National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF Act 2015, establishes education bursary schemes for every constituency towards access of basic education. Noting that Section 48A of NGCDF Act further allows for affirmative action mechanism of allocating additional funds to cater for education bursary scheme and other teaching and related activities, including the feeding program. Concerned that NGCDF Act allocation of bursary schemes under the fund are not more than 35% of the total constituency allocation in a financial year, and thereby limiting the number of cases that may be supported to access the basic education. Further, concerned that the NGCA board has only been approving bursary support to secondary and tertiary education and not primary and secondary, not primary and junior secondary schools, cognizant of the fact that the failing to extend the bursaries to the primary and junior secondary schools on assumption that the two levels of education are free is a misnomer. Since the government capitation per pupil is inadequate to cater for the mandatory material requirement for the competency-based curriculum education, that is CBC. thereby affecting the pupils whose parents are unable to meet the attendant cost, and deeply concerned that continued exclusion of allocation of the bursary to primary and junior secondary school violates Article 27 of the Constitution, which talks about discrimination and slows down the attainment of universal basic education in Kenya. And now, therefore, this House resolves that the education bursary scheme under Section 48 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, Act 2015, be extended to support learners in primary and junior secondary schools to cater for competency-based curriculum requirements. 2, pursuant to Section 48A of National Government Constituency Development Act 2015, the NGCDF board is in each constituency approves additional allocation to education bursary schemes in order to support the teaching and learning related activities associated with CBC in education, including the school feeding programs. And 3, the government revises the capitation per student in primary and secondary school from the current 1,200 per child per year to 7,760, being the minimum optimal capitation, factoring the new CBC education system and prevailing high cost of living. Madam Speaker, this is an issue which is more of a moral and a constitutional issue. Madam Speaker, if I invite you to Article 27 of the Constitution, the article says very clearly that every person is equal before the law and has a right to equal protection and equal benefit. 2 says equality includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and fundamental freedoms. Article 43, Madam Speaker, if I can invite you, is about economic and social rights, and it says that is Article 43, 1B, it talks about, 1C talks about every person has a right to be free from hunger and to have adequate food and acceptable quality. Madam Speaker, Article 53, which does more on the children rights, it says, in particular, Article 53, B and C, it says, every child has a right to 1, that's B, to free and compulsory basic education. C, every child has a right to basic nutrition. Madam Speaker, the motion before you addresses the issue of not only on the basic education as provided for by Article 53, but also on Section C of Article 53, which provides that every child in this country is entitled to basic nutrition. Madam Speaker, you may find that in this year's budget, we provided for 620 billion to improve the quality of education. But that budget, Madam Speaker, did not touch on the quality or provision of nutrition of our children, and that goes hand in hand. Basic education goes hand with basic nutrition. And therefore, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about, the motion here is seeking, number 1, to move the Ministry of Education to provide adequate provision for capitation in primary and junior secondary school, because the current capitation only was there, was revised in 2015, but when the new curriculum started, that capitation has not been revised. And that's why it remains per child 1,420 instead of 7,760. Number 2, Madam Speaker, Section 48 and Section 48A of National Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 provides that bursary bursary, the amount capitated for bursary is only that 5%, which, Madam Speaker, is not adequate to cater for secondary schools, to cater for TVETs, to cater for universities and colleges. Number two, under Article 27, the National NGCDF Board has only been approving bursary for secondary and tertiary education, leaving out the primary school students, the primary school pupils. Madam Speaker, under Article 27, that is discrimination. You cannot provide for one part or some of the students and fail to present the other. The second issue, Madam Speaker, is the moral issue. The bursary provided for in the secondary and universities, Madam Speaker, that amount of money goes straight to support their feeding program because education has already been supported by the capitation. Now, here is the moral issue, Madam Speaker. The secondary school students are being well fed. The university and tertiary students are being well fed. Whereas the students in primary schools are being left out without being fed. And Madam Speaker, as a mother, how can you feed an adult and leave out a child who has just been left, who has just come out from the mother's breasts? And therefore, Madam Speaker, I'm moving the motion that the NGCDF board need to comply with with Section 48A and provide for bursary to support feeding program in our primary school, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. And I request Honorable Adan Dawood, Member of Parliament for Wajir West, to second the motion. Thank you. Hapana, rafiki yangu tunajuana.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am from Wajir East, Wakili, but that's okay. You got the Wajir part right. Madam Speaker, I rise to second this motion. This is a great motion coming at this time. It has two objectives, Madam Speaker, and those objectives are in line with Article 53 of our Constitution. And those objectives of this motion, one is to increase capitation for primary and junior secondary school, and second is to breathe life to Article 53. In terms of increasing capitation for primary and junior secondary school, Madam Speaker, this country has adopted a new curriculum which is called the CBC. This curriculum is very intense, it is practical based, and it requires a lot of time and resources for these students to learn. This curriculum also requires very consistent and continuous assessment of the children. Madam Speaker, it has now fallen to the parents to fund this curriculum and not the national government as envisaged under Article 53 of our Constitution. As eloquently said by the mover of this motion, Article 53 says that every child has the right to free and compulsory education. It is compulsory for our children to go to school, and that school should provide free education. But if the capitation that was approved in 2015 is not adequate to provide for the CBC curriculum, then the idea of free education will not be there. Therefore, this is a motion that has come at the right time to emphasize that compulsory and free education. The second objective of this motion, Madam Speaker, is to breathe life to Article 53. Article 53 talks about the compulsory free basic education, but also talk about compulsory basic nutrition. Basic nutrition, Madam Speaker, as this article says, is providing food for our children. A hungry child will not learn. A hungry child will not learn, And it is important, food can only be given if the capitation is increased. Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that this House passed 630 billion shillings budget for the Ministry of Education. Those 630 billion have not gone to our schools. Many schools across the country have not even received that very meager capitation that we have approved in 2015. And one wonders, then why do we give this huge budget to the Ministry of Education? Madam Speaker, every child has a right to a free and compulsory basic education. But in parts of this country, other than the lack of resources, there are lack of teachers. Not because we have not approved for hiring of teachers. Actually, in the last budget, we have approved for the hiring of 30,000 teachers. But again, because of bureaucratic snafu and because of bureaucrats who think that they are bigger than the constitution of this country, that has not happened. Madam Speaker, there is a monster called the Teacher Service Commission, a commission that we created as one of our Chapter 15 commissions. I hope and pray that this House and the people of Kenya will take TSC back to the Ministry of Education as a statutory commission and not as a constitutional commission. TSC does not even take orders from the Ministry of Education. It is the minister who comes to Parliament to request for budget. When we give that budget to the ministry, the minister cannot even order for transfer of a teacher who has done something wrong. Madam Speaker, this motion has come at the right time. It is a motion that will give right to our children and will give basic education to our children and will take care of the nutritional needs of our children when they're in school. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I support this motion, and I hope other members of this body will also support this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second and support.
Thank you. Honorable members, before I propose the question, I wish to recognize the presence of St. Teresa's Secondary School from Gatanga constituency, Murang'a County, who are seated in the public gallery. And on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I wish to welcome all the teachers and students of St. Teresa's to the National Assembly. Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question that aware that Article 43(1)(f) of the Constitution, as read together with Article 53(1)(b), entitles every child to free, quality, and compulsory basic education, cognizant of the fact that access to the funding for education immensely contributes to the realization of the universal access to basic education in the country. Appreciating that, Section 48 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF Act of 2015, establishes education bursary schemes for every constituency towards access to basic education, noting that Section 48A of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act further allows for affirmative action mechanisms of allocating additional funds to cater for education bursary schemes and other teaching and learning related activities, concerned that the NGCDF Act caps the allocation to bursary schemes under the fund and at no more than 35% of the total constituency allocation in a financial year, thereby limiting the number of cases that may be supported to access basic education. Further concerned that the NGCDF board has only been approving bursary support for secondary and tertiary education and not primary schools, and the recently created junior secondary schools, cognizant of the fact that the failing to extend bursary to the primary and junior secondary schools on the assumption that the two levels of education are free is a misnomer, since government's capitation per pupil is inadequate to cater for the mandatory materials required for the competency-based curriculum, CBC, thereby affecting the pupils whose parents are unable to meet their attendant costs. Deeply concerned that continued exclusion of allocation of bursary to primary and junior secondary schools violates the provisions of Article 27 of the Constitution and slows down the attainment of the universal basic education in Kenya. And now, therefore, this House resolves that the education bursary schemes under Section 48 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act of 2015 be extended to support learners in primary and junior secondary schools to cater for the competency-based curriculum requirements. 2, pursuant to Section 48 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act of 2015, the NGCDF board in each constituency approves additional allocation to the education bursary scheme in order to support for the teaching and learning related activities associated to the competency-based curriculum education, including school feeding programs. And last 3, the government revises the capitation per student in the primary schools from the current 1,420 per year to at least Kenya shillings 7,760, being the minimum optimal capitation, factoring the new competency-based curriculum education system and the prevailing high cost of living. Those members who want to contribute, please press the intervention button. I can see the Honorable Member for Gilgil, Honorable Martha Wangari. I can see the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi. I can see the Honorable Dorothy Kiara. So after Honorable Wangari, we can go to Honorable Dorothy Kiara and then move on like that. Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Wangari.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And from the onset, allow me to congratulate Honorable Moreu of Gatanga for bringing this very important issue on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, we have for the first time are seeing children from primary schools being sent home for fees. It has never happened. You walk in the streets and you find a child and you ask, why are you not in school? They have been sent home for small monies in primary schools. And this, Madam Speaker, you can actually be able to see we have a big problem. And you know the way JSS was structured, it was initially meant to go to secondary schools. And if it went to secondary schools, then they would have gotten proper capitation as it is in the normal secondary school, Madam Speaker. But today, these children are 11-year-olds on the streets, not going to school, and they cannot raise that 3,000, they cannot raise that 4,000 that is being asked to be able to provide food and other necessities in the school. Madam Speaker, what this means, we are joking with a very serious issue and actually precipitating a crisis in our country, because we are talking of an 11-year-old or 12-year-old who is not able to access education. And Madam Speaker, what that is doing, as I said yesterday, you have children, especially girls, being lured to early marriages, to early pregnancies, to defilement cases because they do not have the food and they don't even have sanitary towels. Madam Speaker, if we cannot provide food and sanitary towels for our kids, then we are failing as a nation. Madam Speaker, this issue of capitation, even the small capitation of over 1,400 that has been put in this motion, even that one is not forthcoming, is not on time, and we have allocated the money in the budget for JSS. I have some schools in my constituency, and I can actually sample a few, Madam Speaker. I have Kigogo Primary, I have Mbegi Primary, I have Olesirwa Primary, I have Dhome. I even have a special school called Gilgil Special School that has not so far received the small capitation from the Ministry of Education. Madam Speaker, we not only need to relook the way the NGCDF is wired, but more importantly, actually, the money that should go to JSS should come from the Ministry of Education. The money we are doing and giving as bursaries, Madam Speaker, is never enough, especially for the ones that are big constituencies, Madam Speaker, like mine. You get 11,000 or more applications, and the money you give is to maybe 3,000, 5,000, all the way maybe to 7,000, and you're giving a maximum of 3,000 shillings for day secondary schools, Madam Speaker. If we add another burden, then we will need to open up the brackets. The maximum that has been set as 35% is not sufficient to cover our day schools, to cover our secondary schools, and also cover JSS, Madam Speaker. That means we are struggling with a generation. And Madam Speaker, this problem also between the TSC and the Ministry of Education must actually be addressed. And I had the seconder talk about it, because at the constituency level, you are having a problem of who is issuing orders or directives in the schools. Is it the Ministry of Education officio, chair or constituency rep, or is it the TSC, especially on the running of schools and the teachers, Madam Speaker? This confusion is not helping the already bad situation and must be addressed actually from the cabinet level. Madam Speaker, I want to support this motion and actually hope that we can be able to actually look at JSS the way it should be, because we have now gotten teachers in some schools, not all of them, but the capitation issue must be looked at per child, so that we are able to ensure that every child is not sent home. Parents already struggled to get their kids to JSS. And you remember the issues we had that time. They needed new uniform, they needed desks, they needed all manner of things when reporting. And Madam Speaker, I've seen parents struggle to buy these things. And then they are told they need to pay fees. They come to CDF, we tell them we do not fund primary schools. That confusion, Madam Speaker, is actually going to bring a serious issue, a generational issue, and we are going to lose very many children. That's why you're seeing the transition this time and this year has not been as good as it's been in the other years, Madam Speaker. So I support this motion, and I hope that we can actually get to the implementation. The implementation committee should be able to pick it up immediately, so that we have a report in this House very soon to be able to know what have we done, because I have no doubt we will actually pass it in this House, because it's very important and cross-cutting in all the constituencies. But implementation of motions, that is where the problem is. Let the Committee of Implementation take it up, bring a report to the House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Martha Wangari. The Honorable Dorothy Ikiara, nominated member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish also to add my voice in this very, very important motion. And I want to thank Honorable Wakiri Edward Mureu for bringing this very sensitive matter before the floor of this House. Honorable Speaker, I too appreciate that Article 53(1)(a) entitles every child to free, quality, and compulsory basic education. Honorable Speaker, access to funding for education is not a choice. It is something that is enacted in law, and it is something that we must follow to the letter. Honorable Speaker, I share in the pain of the parents who are seated down in their homes, thinking that education is free, and every time these children go to school, they are found in the roads every day, day in, day out, Honorable Speaker, because they cannot afford some of the necessary revenues that they are being charged at the school level. I also sympathize with the teachers, Honorable Speaker, because it is not the interest of any teacher to send any child out of class. But Honorable Speaker, it is in common knowledge that no operations can continue without money. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I support this very important motion. I want to, on the outset, say the Ministry of Education, which is charged with the responsibility of ensuring that they follow the policy to the letter. They are the ones who are failing us in this sector, Honorable Speaker. The Teacher Service Commission mandate is very clear. I've heard Honorable Mheshimiwa Wangari saying they would like to know the difference between what the Teacher Service Commission is supposed to do vis-a-vis the Ministry of Education. The work of the Teacher Service Commission is purely management of teachers. That is why we fought for the Teacher Service Commission to be an independent commission, and they manage teachers, employment, transfer of teachers. The work of the Ministry of Education is policy, and computation directly falls in the Ministry of Education. Honorable Speaker, improving quantity and quality of education, therefore, requires the policy to be addressed. Both demand the demand and supply chain, Honorable Speaker, is very, very key here. For CBC to be a success, there needs to be provisions of more textbooks, classrooms, blocks, trained teachers, etc., so as to ease the supply side constraints of education. Number two, Honorable Speaker, the students also need to be fed, which is the demand constraint to education. For example, Honorable Speaker, in Ghana, it was established that one of the reasons why children do not attend school and that their parents cannot afford to pay the levies charged by the schools. If this does not happen, Honorable Speaker, then the nutritional aspect is never taken care of. And this is the more reason why we find the enrollment in our schools is so constrained. We don't have enough students in class because, Honorable Speaker, they cannot be able to meet their basic needs. Honorable Speaker, I support this motion that indeed capitation monies needs to be increased. But by so saying, Honorable Speaker, it does not mean that we eat into the NGCDF kitty. Because, Honorable Speaker, NCDF kitty has its own obligation. Honorable Speaker, it is the responsibility of this government to ensure that this capitation is increased, Honorable Speaker, so that it can be able to cater for the needs of the vulnerable and the less advantaged in the society. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is not a favor when we seek for additional allocation to the education bursary.
Thank you, Honorable Ikiara. The Honorable Zamzam Chimba, member for Mombasa County.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nichukue nafasi hii kuweza kuzungumzia mjadala wa leo, na ni dhahiri shairi kuwa watoto wengi Mheshimiwa Spika wako nyumbani kwa sababu especially wale ambao wako katika elimu ya chekechea, elimu ya msingi, wazazi wamekuwa na mtihani katika kuwalipia ile matakwa yao katika shule, na ndio maana leo mimi nasema katika sheria ya Kenya elimu ni bure katika shule za chekechea, katika shule za msingi kwenda mbele, elimu ni bure. Na mimi nataka kusema hivi Mheshimiwa Spika, mjadala huu ni mzuri sana tukizingatia kuwa tunataka tuweze kufanya kuwa serikali waongeze ruzuku ya watoto katika skuli, ili hao watoto ambao wako katika shule za msingi ambao tunawaona wengi wamekuwa machokora kule barabarani, pengine akienda skuli unaona anaulizwa remedial fee, unaona anaulizwa kitu fulani, nenda ukanunue, mzazi hawezi. Lakini ikiwa tunaweza kuongeza ruzuku ama capitation katika haya maskuli, itakuwa wazazi wanawepesi wa kupeleka watoto shule, na tunaweza kupigana na ndoa za mapema. Manake kusema kweli katika CDF na hata NGAF, NGCDF na NGAF, sisi tunashughulika kulipia masomo ya sekondari na masomo ya katika shule skuli za college. Na mimi nataka kusema hivi Mheshimiwa Spika, elimu huanza chini. uweze kumweka mtoto awe na msingi mzuri wa elimu, lazima mtoto apate chakula kizuri, lazima mtoto awe darasani kila wakati, lazima mtoto akitoka nyumbani hata kama tumbo liko bila chochote akifika skuli atapata kitu, atapata ruzuku, ataweza kufocus na masomo yake. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kaunti yetu ya Mombasa ama gatuzi la Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukienda pale ndani ya town, Mheshimiwa Spika, utapata watoto wengi sana wamekuwa ombaomba barabarani. Kwa sababu gani? Wazazi sisi tumewacha kufuatilia, na hasa katika serikali wameweka elimu ya bure lakini haifuatiliwi kazingatiwa vizuri. Watoto wakipelekwa skuli, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanaulizwa mambo mengi sana. Mara utapata mtoto yuko barabarani, ukimuuliza anakuambia nilifukuzwa vitabu, nilifukuzwa kitu fulani, nilifukuzwa kitu fulani. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba serikali, kama tuliweka elimu ya bure, tuweze kuzingatia mtoto akifika shuleni. Hii elimu ya bure inakuja na package, inakuja na vitabu, inakuja na chakula, inakuja na mambo yote ambayo yatamfanya mwanafunzi akikaa darasani awe anaweza kuzingatia masomo, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini kila uchao hawa watoto wanafukuzwa nyumbani. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naweza kuwahisi wale wazazi ambao maisha yao ni duni. Ndio maana kama Mama Mombasa nasema tufuatilie sheria, na najua ipo katika sheria. Nafikiri kuna lawyers ambao wako hapa, sisi wengi hatujafuatilia sheria kikatiba vizuri, lakini wako hapa wabunge wenzetu ambao wanaweza kuelezea kwa kina kuwa kuna sheria kuwa elimu iwe ya bure. Lakini watoto wakifika skuli, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanaulizwa mambo mengi sana. Na ndio mimi naomba kama Mama Mombasa County capitation ama kuzidisha ama zile grants ziweze kwenda pale shuleni, hawa watoto wapate kusoma bila kufukuzwa, bila kuulizwa mambo mengi. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kaunti yangu, Mheshimiwa Spika, watoto wamepata mimba za mapema. Watoto pia katika shule ya msingi wanahitaji sodo, wanahitaji kuangaliwa vizuri, Mheshimiwa Spika, na bila sodo mtoto utapata amerudi nyumbani, Mheshimiwa Spika, anakutana na mtu njiani anamwambia mimi nitakupa 100, nitakupa 200, njoo tupite kwa kando nikufanya hivi na vile. Mwisho wa kwisha, Mheshimiwa Spika, mtoto anapata ujauzito, hawezi kuendelea tena na masomo. Ndio tunaona mimba za mapema zinaendelea kukithiri katika kaunti zetu ama katika taifa letu. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi naomba waziri wa education, waziri wa elimu, sisi tunauliza sodo ziko wapi? Sodo ziko wapi? Sodo ziko wapi? Kama Mama County nauliza. Maana yake tumetolewa budget ya kupeleka sodo katika skuli, mpaka leo hatujapata hizi sodo, na watoto wanahangaika katika masomo yao. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naunga mjadala huu, isipokuwa nasema iko katika katiba ni iweze tu kufuatiliwa na kusisitiziwa na kutiwa mkazo. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa wa Mombasa. Kwa wale ambao hawaelewi sodo ni kitu gani, ni sanitary pads. Ndio sababu Mheshimiwa anasema tunataka sodo. The Honorable Pauline Lenguris, member for Samburu County. But members, please bear with me. I know a few of you have walked to the table, but I'll do my best to balance. We can see the screen. The screen is good. There is a lot of interest in this motion. You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I stand here to support the motion. We know that education is key in our country, and we have a lot of challenges.
Sorry, Member for Samburu. What is out of order, Honorable Kaluma?
Yeah, I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm standing pursuant to Article 53, Sub-Article 1B of the Constitution, to ask Honorable Speaker whether the proposed resolutions number 1 and 2 of this motion, which I agree to be very important, are constitutional. And Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking your ruling before we debate the matter further. Honorable Speaker, I may not have a problem with the proposed resolution number 3, but the resolution number 1 and 2 propose the application of the national government constituency development funding to cater for matters of basic education. And Honorable Speaker, to be clear, the provisions of Article 53, Sub-Article 1B, to which I've adverted, reads, if I may, that children, every child has the right to free and compulsory basic education. So should we be asking how we ensure that education is free and compulsory, or be thinking of how we can resolve to apply monies of CDF to sustain it? And Honorable Speaker, I'm saying this while aware that even as we speak, particularly for secondary school, so many students are currently at home, because the capitation which should be going to each and every student is about 22,000. Only half the money has gone. We are in a state where even the very basic capitation provisions cannot be catered for. But that is not the issue for now, Honorable Speaker. The issue is, could the chair rule on the constitutionality of resolution number 1 and 2, it being the case that under those provisions of the constitutions I've cited, education at this level and everything relating to education in terms of their resourcing should be free and compulsory. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Obviously, I'll give the first opportunity to the mover of the motion, the Honorable Wakili Mureu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity to respond to Honorable Kaluma's concerns. But before I come to the point, allow me to recognize again the presence of St. Teresa Secondary School, which hails from Gatanga constituency. Madam Speaker, this is one of the best performing schools in my constituency. And I want to assure you that this is a great learning opportunity. They can see their member of parliament in action, whereby I'm trying to make sure that they're not only well-fed, but to make sure that as they learn, they are not only get the books and the good classes, but they also are well-fed. I promise them, Madam Speaker, that they'll be getting a cup of tea at 10 o'clock, a good lunch, and 4 o'clock tea. So at least, again, because I know basic quality education starts with the stomach. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the issue about the concerns of my learned friend, Honorable Karuma, I want to say this. Number one, there is nothing unconstitutional. And I think Honorable Member Kaluma, he should have confined his argument either opposing or supporting the motion. Why am I saying that, Madam Speaker? The first resolution seeks to breathe life to Section 48 and Section 48A of NGCDF. And Section 48A states clearly that the national government Constituency Development Fund can extend the 35% which it allocates, can be able to give much, much more to bursary beyond 35% for purposes of what we call affirmative action, and address the socio-economic issues, one of them being the school feeding program. Secondly, Madam Speaker, if you read carefully, and I think that's why my Honorable Karuma did not invite you to this, if you read Article 53, Article 53 is clear, especially Article 53, B and C. And B says, every child has a right to free and compulsory education. That is B. C, Article 53, B says, C says, every child has a right to basic nutrition. But Speaker, the point here is very simple. We are trying, this motion is trying to breathe life into Article 53. Because you find, as I said earlier, Madam Speaker, we are provided a huge budget on education, 630 billion in this financial year. How much money of that which is going to cater for nutrition for our children? How do you expect a child to learn when he's hungry? Finally, Madam Speaker, I invite you to Article 27. Article 27 is about discrimination. And Article 27 says clearly that every person is equal before the law and has a right to equal protection and equal benefit of the law. Section 2 says, equality includes the full equal enjoyment of all fundamental rights. Madam Speaker, the point here is very simple. When it comes to allocation of school feeding program, and our budget, we only allocate to what we call arid and semi-arid areas. And we leave out. That is in breach of Article 27. Secondly, when it comes to application of Section 48 and Section 48A of NGCDF Act 2015, you find that the NGCDF board only allocate bursary to secondary school, tertiary, and universities. To do what? To go and feed those children. Madam Speaker, the point here is very simple. Everybody has a right to be protected. The NGCDF bursary is supposed to be catering from the primary all the way to university. So at least we do not violate Article 27. Number 2 is a moral issue. How do you feed adults and leave out the children? Remember, Madam Speaker, even the medical experts have said a child requires food at the age of 10. If you give the child food above the age of 10, the brain is already stunted. And if you're talking about quality education, Madam Speaker, how can we be able to achieve quality if we don't achieve quality at the basic level? And there, Madam Speaker, that's why I'm saying Honorable Karuma's intervention need to come in as his contribution to this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wakili Moreu. I would like to give an opportunity to the Honorable Getonga Morogara, member for Tharaka. Just focus on the matter of constitutionality.
Yes, constitutionality.
Which has been raised by the
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't agree with Honorable Kaluma that this motion has any element whatsoever of unconstitutionality. First and foremost is relying on Article 53, which stipulates that education, basic education, is supposed to be free. That article does not say it is supposed to be cost-free. It says it is supposed to be free, which means there is an element of cost, but borne not by parents, but by the government. Therefore, we must have at the back of our minds that taxpayers' money will be used to fund the basic education of our children. Who runs our taxes? It is the government. Honorable Muriu is making a proposal that part of those taxes are applied in a different way to that NGCDF, which is government money, which is our taxes, should be varied slightly so that it is applied also to cover basic education in the primary and junior secondary. There cannot be any unconstitutionality as far as that proposal is concerned. But if Honorable Muriu had proposed that parents have to come and chip in a different way, we would be arguing on whether that is not in breach of Article 53. With those remarks, I urge you to find that there is no breach of Article 53. We are actually debating. We are making proposals to the government. There also may be resolutions, but it is at one time proper law is going to be brought so that this is properly entrenched into the law and it is enforced. But as far as this is concerned, we are within the constitutional rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Morungara. I'll give two more. I'll give the Honorable McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to agree with Senior Counsel Murugara that there is actually nothing unconstitutional on this matter. In fact, Honorable Muriu is just bringing life what us members of parliament should have done after the promulgation of the new constitution. Madam Speaker, the Kenyan children, or the children of Kenya, actually the premise of the constitution were very clear. Honorable Wakili Muriu is putting it right that the children of Kenya has a right to basic nutrition. You know, we are not about to encroach into CDF, Madam Speaker, but we are saying the taxpayers' money should be applied to provide nutrition for the children of Kenya. Madam Speaker, on the matter of basic, definition of basic in terms of education in Kenya is actually right from nursery all the way to Form 4. Madam Speaker, if that is basic, therefore, if that is basic education, then, Madam Speaker, if that is basic education, that means we should not be seeing children, in the streets or in the roads going home because of school fees. We should actually be able to keep our children in school all the way to Form 4. Madam Speaker, this is what needs to apply, and it has been the work of Parliament to enforce this legislation, because after this motion, Madam Speaker, this shall lead into actually a bill to ensure that we appropriate sums of money, either through capitation by the Ministry of Education, not through the CDF, to provide for basic increased capitation and increase money for nutrition in our schools. Madam Speaker, remember, we have now added something called CBC, which has increased the number of classes in primary from PB1 all the way to junior secondary, grade 9. Madam Speaker, the CDF money is not enough. And we need, therefore, this House in the next appropriation or in the next budget, allocate resources. Madam Speaker, I agree with Honorable Miriu. That is what Parliament must do to protect the citizens of Kenya and the children of Kenya from complete oppression and discrimination, Madam Speaker.
You've made your point very well. The last one, honorable members, will be the Honorable Johanna Ngeno, member for Emurua Dikiri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would just want to, like what Mheshimiwa Kaluma wanted to seek your guidance. So in your ruling, Madam Speaker, I want you to consider the fact that Article 53, though it is talking about free access to free primary or basic education, it doesn't mean that the children or the learners who are in those schools are not taught by paid teachers, because the teachers who are teaching these particular pupils are paid by the government, not by the parents. The schools where these learners are studying in are built by the government, which of course doesn't mean the education is free. It means the parent will not incur any cost in terms of infrastructure, in terms of teaching, in terms of any other program that could be introduced by the government, which one of those programs is the school feeding program, which Mheshimiwa Muriu is trying to introduce. So it doesn't mean education is free. It means that it is a government that is catering for that cost, and therefore we would not, or this particular amendment or this particular proposal by Mheshimiwa Muriu does not, Wakili Muriu, does not contravene the Constitution, because it is asking the government, either through NGCDF or through the Ministry of Education, to cater for the school feeding program. And therefore, it is not actually taking the incurrence of the burden of incurring the cost to the parents. So I believe it is not actually contravening the Constitution. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, though I'd said that is the last one, I'll give an opportunity to the Honorable Kombe. Make it 2 minutes, please.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Ama kwa hakika Wakili Muriu yuko na mipango mizuri kwa watoto wa Kenya, lakini pale ameweka kipengee cha kwamba NGCDF ikaweze kusimamia elimu ya msingi. hapo ameenda kinyume na amekeuka katiba. Maana elimu ya msingi ni bure na ni ya lazima, na kwamba ni bure na ni ya lazima haijamaanisha kwamba haigharimiwi. Ni serikali inagharimia hiyo elimu ya msingi, na wakili anastahili kuwa anawakilisha haki, lakini yeye mwenyewe anakeuka katiba na kugeuka mgandamizi wa haki kwa wale wa elimu ya juu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kilichoko na ambacho binafsi naunga mkono, wakili angesema zile hela zinazopatiwa elimu ya msingi ziongezwe 100%, ingekuwa ni jambo la busara, na hapo hapo tungeweza kuunga mkono na serikali ingeweza kuongeza hiyo capitation kwa hiyo elimu ambayo inastahili kuwa ya bure na ya lazima. Asante.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for your... I choose not to give a chance to the Honorable Mureu. It may turn out that it is the learned friends speaking from both sides of the aisle. I appreciate all your contributions. But honorable members, I would like to say that, remember, this is a motion and we are urging. It's not a bill. Two, before a motion gets to this House, it has gone through several approval processes, including the Office of the Speaker and the House Business Committee. And the motion has been proposed and it has been seconded, and several people have already gone into the motion and debated. I would like to encourage the Honorable Kaluma that I'll give you an opportunity and you have a chance to oppose. So for now, it is my considered opinion that we proceed. And for that reason, honorable members, I'll go back to the honorable member who was on the floor, and that is the honorable, the member for Samburu County was on the floor. So honorable members, we proceed with the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the chance again to stand on the floor of this House to support the motion by Honorable Mureu. Actually, Madam Speaker, Article 53, 1A entitles children of this country a basic right for education, compulsory education for all children of this country. And Madam Speaker, I question if that is the case in this country today, because some things are written on the documents, but actually if you look at the practicability of it, it is not true. Because I know, Madam Speaker, that there are many children in this country who are not accessing education today. And Madam Speaker, they are not accessing education, not because they don't want, but because they are not facilitated to access education. So, Madam Speaker, when we think about compulsory, we should create policies that will ensure that all children will access education in this country. There are a lot of challenges that are facing the education sector today. Madam Speaker, if we want to retain our children in school and offer quality education, there are several factors that must be considered by the ministry that is oversighting the education programs in this country. We are talking about the school feeding program. And the areas that are targeted by the school feeding program in this country, mostly they are south regions. I happen to come from one of them. And we are facing, Madam Speaker, a lot of challenges with the school feeding program. And we know that that was one of the moves to ensure that children can access education well, their nutritional value is also taken care of. Madam Speaker, the food that is coming to the schools have been erratic. It is not consistently coming, and we have seen most children dropping out of school because they are not accessing food that they are supposed to get, and that will ensure also the retention of students in our schools. Sometimes the food comes late when they are nearing closing, and sometimes a whole term can go without the school getting the school feeding program food. So that is one of the aspects that we should look as a members of this house, so that we ensure that education and food of our children, that will ensure the nutrition value of our children, they should go together. Another aspect, Madam Speaker, is the issue of infrastructure of our schools. We have introduced just the CBC program recently, and most of the schools have no classrooms. The children are supposed to transit to the grade 6, grade 7, 8, and 9, and in some areas, there is no infrastructure. In some instances, the parents have been forced to buy desks, to buy books, and also to buy uniform, which is very expensive to some of them who come from poor families. And this has also prevented the children from accessing education. So before introducing any program, I think those are the structures and policies that the government should ensure that before they start anything new, they should ensure that the infrastructure has been put in place, and to ensure all the students from all over this country can be able to transit into the new program. Because we have been faced with a lot of challenges with the new CBC program. The parents have been stressed with getting the money for the uniforms for their children. Some of them cannot afford for the food, because children are supposed to move to the nearer schools where they can access the grade 7, sorry. And some cannot even have money to buy the desks, because they were forced to buy the desks. So every time they run to their members of parliament or to their leaders to seek for support. Another issue is the books. There are institutions in this country that children cannot even get books for studies. So these are the programs that the Ministry of Education and the TSC should ensure that we have the required infrastructure in place before we go and implement a new program altogether. And I support strongly the capitation to be increased in schools, so that the capitation money can ensure that our children can get food when they are in school. They can also get the textbooks that are required for their learning, and small improvement in the schools can be done. And thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Samburu County. Honorable members, we have several students and teachers. I would like to start with the ones seated in the public gallery. This morning, we have Mode Ngera Secondary School from Laikipia West, Laikipia County. Kabati Secondary School, Laikipia West, Laikipia County. And Shalom Junior Academy, Kikuyu, Kiambu County. On behalf of myself and the House, we welcome you to continue observing proceedings in the House. Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable Kaluma.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this motion in parts and oppose the motion in several parts. Honorable Speaker, this motion, number one, proposes that the amount that can be allocated towards bursary be increased beyond the 35% restriction or limitation that is currently under the NGCDF Act of 2015. Honorable Speaker, I agree and support that part. Let each constituency, so long as they are performing national government functions, have the free range based on their priorities to apply those funds within those functions. If it is that the bursary component of education would require more than 35, Honorable Speaker, so be it. There should be that freedom to ensure that not only school infrastructure are put in place, but that students are actually enabled and they are in school. Honorable Speaker, I also support the prayer number 3, which is to the fact of requesting this House to resolve that government revises the capitation per student in primary schools from the current 1,420 shillings per year to at least 7,760 per year, being the minimum optimal capitation, factoring the new CBC education system and the prevailing high cost of living. Honorable Speaker, CBC has come, and I agree with my colleagues, there are very high cost ramifications. We debated the matter of CBC before. the kind of uniform the students at CBC level, more so junior secondary, are being required to wear, the change in the facility needs, and even the infrastructure needed has increased. So indeed, if we are going into this new curriculum, there should be increased capitation from government to sustain it, and on that I agree with. Let me say, Honorable Speaker, that even as we urge increase, let us also as a House push very hard that the government ensures that these monies are remitted to the schools in time. Honorable Speaker, we have national exams, particularly Kenya National Examination, KCSE, Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education Examination, coming just in a few weeks' time. And across the nation, students have been sent back home for fees. And I've seen people, even on Twitter, even on social media, condemning teachers. But teachers are in a situation where they cannot manage the schools. They are at pains having students in school waiting for exams being prepared without food. And as parents, or people standing in as parents with these students, they don't know what to do with them. The fact of the matter is that the capitation, even at the level of secondary education, honorable members, is some 22,000 shillings and some hundreds on it. So far, the academic year is ending, but the Ministry of Education has only disbursed half that money, actually barely 11,000. So I've had teachers, even from my place, asking me, Kaluma, you are pushing for your students to be in school, but we are not able to keep students we cannot feed. Let us urge the Ministry of Education, and we budgeted for these monies, that money is being available, and money is available, Honorable Speaker. Let us stop this pretense that money is not there. I work in the Security Committee, and I've supervised even how much money we collect on the e-platform. Last month alone, we did over 199 billion shillings on the e-platform alone. Let us have our priorities right. Let us not just push for capitation to be increased, but as a parliament, push that once these capitations are increased, money is actually available to the school managers to be able to use the money. Honorable Speaker, in terms of resolution number 1 and 2, I maintain the position that we cannot be spending monies under the NGCDF to resource basic education requirements. And Honorable Speaker, let me emphasize that basic education is defined under the Basic Education Act, and that definition excludes secondary education going forward. That is why, because Article 53, sub-Article 1, says that basic education shall be free and compulsory, no money in CDF can go there. The money can only go to those others which the government is not obligated. For basic and free and compulsory education, what we need to push is for money to be given directly for them by the government. On account of those facts, Honorable Speaker, I oppose in part and support in part. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What is out of order, Honorable Dr. Pukose? And please bear in mind that the Honorable Kaluma has already concluded.
I know, Honorable Speaker. I know, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Kaluma is a seasoned lawmaker in this House. But I got confused in that when you say you support in part and you oppose in part, normally when we vote in the House, Madam Speaker, you can either vote with amendments, bring an amendment so that it can go the way you want. There is no vote that comes in part, that yes or no. Yeah. So you can only make an amendment to it. And being also one of the speakers panel, I think he needs to guide the House properly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I am inclined to go back to the Honorable Kaluma. Would you like to comment on the serious matter raised by the Honorable Dr. Pukose?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, we are of course not dealing with a bill or voting. We are contributing to a motion. We'll be voting on it later. But for clarity, Honorable Speaker, and for good order in the House, let me say I support with those reservations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaluma, and thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Pukose, also for raising that. Honorable members, I do not see the Honorable Indikiri Mugambi in the House. Is next on this. The next one will be the Honorable Johanna Ngeno, Emukuru Dikri. Honorable members, I'm very keen. He made contribution on the constitutional matter that had been raised by the Honorable Kaluma, so he did not really debate. So it is your chance, Honorable Member for Emukuru Dikri.
Madam Speaker, my constituency is called Emurua Dikir. I know it's a very hard name to pronounce, but Madam Speaker, thank you for also giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion by Mheshimiwa Wakili Edward. Madam Speaker, before I even begin my contribution, I would just want to urge the member to look into making it as a bill or as an amendment, so that when we vote in this House, it becomes a law. It goes into the annals of history in this country that we have done a law that goes towards helping our kids in primary and secondary schools access education in a free and fair manner. But, Madam Speaker, I really want to support it. I want to support it because I feel that the problems that we are facing as a country, which includes the high cost of living, is faced by everybody, including even our kids in schools. It is not something that we face it in cities. It's not something that is faced by people in towns and just centers. It is a problem that is faced right to the core, to the villages and to the schools. Madam Speaker, the late President Moi introduced the milk program, which was actually a very good idea. And I think that idea, Madam Speaker, was to bring the students who are absconding schools, and especially those who are coming from muscle areas. It is actually during the milk days, Madam Speaker, when schools were full. I'm among those people who would attend school when it was a milk day. Madam Speaker, so many of us went to school because of that program. So many people went to school because of that program. Madam Speaker, I have been sitting even with the members of the society in my constituency, especially those who have children in day schools, day secondary schools. And their major complaint, Madam Speaker, is the lunch program, the feeding program, that is money for lunch. Madam Speaker, if they have that problem in the secondary part, how about the primary part? How about the basic education part? So, Madam Speaker, I'm in full support. And my first proposal, Madam Speaker, if Mheshimiwa Mureo will bring it as a bill or as an amendment, I would wish him to amend the part of in the Ministry of Education, first to provide, when we are providing for capitation, when we add a budget to provide for school feeding program for students and pupils right from PP1 to Standard 8 and from Form 1 to Form 4, so that we budget for that money, so that before we even delve to the amount that is allocated to CDF, Madam Speaker, we budget in this House money meant for a school feeding program, so that when we are sending money for capitation, we also include money for feeding the pupils from PP1 to Standard 8. Madam Speaker, I'm in full support because we also understand most of the students come from, or the pupils come from far areas. They food for something like 5 kilometers to their homes. So when they are sent home during lunch time to go and maybe eat before they come back, Madam Speaker, it becomes hectic. It also removes part of their concentration in class. So I fully support this particular motion by Mheshimiwa Muriu to ensure that we add either in CDF or we put it in as part of the capitation. My only request to Mheshimiwa Wakili Muriu is to ensure that you bring it as an amendment, because this motion is just a motion and it is going to end up in the coffers, in table room, and it will die there. Just bring it as a motion. We will support you, we'll vote for it, and we will ensure that we budget for those particular school feeding programs. I thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Johanna Ngeno. Honorable members, I have a lot of interest in this motion from the right side. So when you see me giving many people on this side, it's because they are the ones who have expressed. So I am going to the Honorable Ngelechei, member for Elgeyo Marakwet County. If you have intention to speak on this motion, kindly on the left side, please make sure that your card is on so that we can see you on the screen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the chance to contribute in this very important motion. Madam Speaker, we have a problem, and I want to fully support the motion by Honorable Muriu, because at times we do forget a lot in this country that our future is in schools. Our future is in basic education. And our future as a country relies basically on education. That is how we are going to get doctors. That is how we are going to get engineers. That is how we are going to get experts in any and every other field. And that is how this house will continue for generations to come. Madam Speaker, we need to refocus and we need to think about the CBC. We need to think about the students, especially in Standard 7, Madam Speaker. And since the capitation of schools does not involve basic education, Madam Speaker, these students of class 7, grade 7, it's like were meant to suffer, and they suffer more than any other student in this country, Madam Speaker. If I give you an example, especially where I come from, one day while I was going, I was moving in within the county, I met students of a school called Nyawa Primary School, and I asked them where they were going in a scorching sun. And they told me they are going to laboratory in a secondary school that is 10 kilometers, like around, I think it's between 5 and 10 kilometers, called Anin Day School. Madam Speaker, I asked them, they told me we have to be scheduled time, because even the school they are going to is a day school with minimum resources. And there is a big secondary school within that area, but they cannot go to that secondary school because this is a day school and this is a primary school. Madam Speaker, I've been thinking about the person who came up with the idea of CBC, or came up with the idea of being domiciled in primary school, Madam Speaker, never thought that these students will need resources like laboratories, and they don't have any resources. Madam Speaker, I think it was the best thing if these CBC students, grade 7, would have been domiciled in secondary schools. And this idea of secondary schools being counted with a capacity of beds and not capacity of chairs, Madam Speaker, is a wrong idea. They should be open to these students, especially of primary schools within those areas, so that they can benefit with the resources. Madam Speaker, I want to support, and I wish to say that it is about time we rethink about basic education, because these secondary school going, I don't know if they are secondary schools, I get confused because they are primary schools actually, because grade 7 is domiciled in primary school. They have to think, when you say basic education, these students must be fed. Otherwise, it will not be basic if a school will miss school because of feeding. Number 2, provision of sanitary towels to girls. Otherwise, there will be a breakdown in between of those students who are in grade 7 right now. So, Madam Speaker, I want to support, and I want to request that someday in this house we should also relook at the issue of opening up more space for transition from primary schools to secondary schools, even if it means all the secondary schools allow students who can access the facilities at the well-established secondary schools. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Parashina Sakimba, member for Kajiado South.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to support the motion by Honorable Wakili on the issue of, on the motion of the review of the scope of the education bursary scheme under NGCDF and capitation for learners in primary and junior secondary school. Madam Speaker, I wanted to also support comments by other honorable members. And this issue of junior secondary school, they have been left aside. This is a group that has been neglected in many ways. When you only talk about us including them in giving them a bursary, it is in order even if you are giving a small amount of 3,000 shillings, because these people are affected. Now the students are at home, and they are coming to our homes and our offices, try to see what they can be done to them. But to bring to your attention, Madam Speaker, this group again, you know very well that the teachers, the employment of teachers who are teaching in junior secondary schools, there is a shortage of teachers in the entire country concerning the GSS. If you go again to the issue of classrooms or even labs, now in many places we don't have even labs for them. So, Madam Speaker, there is a big challenge, and I'm saying that we cannot afford to have them included in the NGCDF allocation. Then it will be meaning that we have been affecting the issue of universal basic education under Article 27. So I propose that even if there is because there is a capitation already going on, but also the ministry, I don't know if they are aware that they are affecting these students, because even the capitation that is going on now on the money that they are supposed to receive, it is being delayed. I beg this House, let us consider this is a class or a group that was formed when our country and our government was not ready to take care of them. So when Honorable Wakili brought this issue, we propose that he's also going to do the small amendments and make it a bill and be enacted in the law. He will go in history and remembered as a member of parliament who brought a very good bill that is going to take care of the students of the Republic of Kenya. There's a big challenge, GSS, and I support the motion, and we are ready to listen on the amendment, and when it comes to the bill, I'm on the opinion that I'll also support the same. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Kajiado. The Honorable Lydia Mizigi, Member for Taita Taveta County.
Asante sana Bispika, hata mimi kunipatia fursa ili niweze kuchangia hapa. Na kwanza natangulia kwa kumpongeza wakili Mheshimiwa Edward Mureu kwa kuliwaza hili na kulileta hapa ili tuweze kulizungumza na tuweze kulichangia. Jambo hili nataka kuliunga mkono, nisema ni vyema sana kwa kuweza kuwa na mpango mzima ya hii pesa iweze kuongezwa kwa mfumo huo wa CDF ili masuala ya kupata chakula shuleni yaweze kuwepo. Bispika, naweza kukueleza wengine wetu hapa tuliweza kusoma kupitia changamoto mingi sana, na motisha ambayo ilikuwa nyingine inatupeleka shuleni ni yale maziwa yalikuwa maziwa ya Nyayo. Na basi yale maziwa yalikuwa yanatusababisha sisi tunakuwa shuleni, na wakati mwingine yalikuwa huo ndo mlo tu utaupata kwa siku ile. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono kabisa ya kwamba kuwe na chakula, watoto wa shule wapate chakula shuleni hata kama ni mlo mmoja kwa siku. Tunajua changamoto zilizoko katika familia mbalimbali siku hizi. Kuna wengine wanaenda hata bila mlo mmoja manyumbani zao kwa siku. Na kwa hivyo kama wataupata mlo huo shuleni, basi wataweza kwenda pale shuleni. Vile vile tunajua ya kwamba mpangilio huo itakapofika wakati wake, pengine Mungu akiwezesha, kwa sababu tunamuomba Mheshimiwa Mureu ya kwamba asiwachie hapo, aipeleke mbele kabisa iwe sheria ili tuweze kuifanikisha. Mlo huo tunaomba kwamba uwe ni mlo safi, uje kwa wakati wa sawa, na iwe ni lishe bora, chakula ambacho kitakuwa na ile inaitwa balanced diet kwa Kiingereza. Asante sana, na mimi naunga mkono.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Jared Okelo, Member for Nyando.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. And I want to also, on the same breath, thank my brother, Honorable Mureu. Very good guy, first timer, and he's already looking ahead of the pack. Honorable Speaker, we are debating this because we are concerned about the future generation. The future generation relates to the children who are going to school now, who have been disenfranchised by certain things that happen within the education sector. Madam Speaker, taking a tangent from my colleagues, number one is if we are to consider the junior secondary section with disbursement of bursaries, Madam Speaker, that then becomes the 5th class that has to be considered under this category within the high school, Madam Speaker. We are currently servicing.
Wakili Moreu.
Oh, I hope I will
What is out
gain
of
my
order?
time.
You will start from the second minute.
Is it in order, Madam Speaker, for my honorable member, Bwana Jarrett, to speak when he's hiding? Nobody can see him in this chamber, so kindly, we want to see his mouth moving. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Wakili Moreu, there is nothing out of order. The place that is seated is a seat in this house. Actually, it is one of the high seats in the house, so it is in order for you to proceed.
Okay, thank you, thank you. That's a good banter. So, Madam Speaker, the fifth class that will be added on if we were to consider the junior secondary section on this, that therefore means that we have to up the NGCDF allocation, which will then incorporate the junior secondary school. Otherwise, if we are to move by the current budgetary allocation on bursary and then the entire NGCDF disbursed annually to sub-counties or constituencies, then we shall fall short by a big margin on this, Madam Speaker. We have, as members of parliament, been receiving requests after requests from parents of these children in junior secondary schools. But our regulations, again, under NGCDF regulations and the NGCDF Act, does not talk about junior secondary schools. So we are having our hands tied as members of parliament on the kind of answer to provide to these parents who are constantly at our doorsteps asking for assistance, Madam Speaker. I support fully the idea of increasing the bursary allocation from 35%, Honorable Speaker. If you were to take, for instance, schools in Nairobi, to a larger extent, these schools have already been built. And therefore, you take very little amount to do infrastructural development, yet there are many students who are languishing at home. So Nairobi members of parliament are at a gridlock. They do not know exactly what to do. They have money, but they have a ceiling on bursary allocation. So how we wish that this would be midwifed into a bill, enacted into this house so quickly, so that we can have the latitude to play about with this bursary as and when necessary. If Nairobi, for instance, would have up to 60% of this allocation going to bursaries, then we are going to have lots of students plugged into school who are currently stuck somewhere. Madam Speaker, there is the element of corporate social responsibility within the NGCDF board. I am afraid that this money only benefits those who sit in the NGCDF committee, Madam Speaker. A school, for instance, Ombaka in my constituency, which suffers perennial flooding each and every time, Madam Speaker, cannot access these CSR responsibilities from the NGCDF board, Madam Speaker. Therefore, we need to really look into the real concerns emanating from the ground and not just considering members of the NGCDF committee. Otherwise, all of us, for 349, cannot be all members of NGCDF in order to get the CSR responsibility from the NGCDF board. And I think this has to be properly considered so that our children across the country can also benefit just the same way as others who have been endowed by the NGCDF committee in this house. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity and I support.
The Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, member for Kwanza.
At the long last, Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity at the long last. First and foremost, I want to thank Honorable Morui for coming up with this very important motion. And I wish, Madam Speaker, that the chairman of CDF was also present here. And I think most of these items that you are talking about is basically attached, it's the chairman of the CDF. And I hope that you have the time to brief him on the members' perspective on the same. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I stand to support this motion because basically what you are saying here is that the funding must be expanded to increase the changes that we have had in the education, which again is our own making. And therefore, I think all we're trying to say is that we should therefore then look at ways and means of increasing the Article 27 of the CDF funding, which of course was in 2015, to include the new program, education program. Madam Speaker, it's important that we look at that because basically population of this country has increased. And therefore that's why we're having a new curriculum in the education. And therefore, my take, Madam Speaker, is that we should now be able to look at the CDF program afresh. And therefore, I want this again to go down. And I think the most important thing that the third reading of this particular motion, if it's going to be passed, is that to be able to then to have the increasement, the CDF increasing the 15%, 35% to something like 50 or even 45%, so that can be able to include the new capital. But on the feeding programs, again, I have a question mark, because in the past, and ask me, in the past, it was abused. It was abused at the grassroots level because parents actually misunderstood the essence of that program, the feeding program. To the extent, and most of the members here were there, you will find that a parent takes a child to school basically at the time of the feeding. And thereafter, he takes the child away. That has happened. I saw that. I witnessed that. I saw that in my village. And therefore, if we are going to have the feeding program in the computation of this particular program, again, we have to be very, very strict on who actually participates in that feeding program to encourage our children to stay in school. Because some parents are so careless that they take the child to school just at the time of feeding. After that, he takes the child away. And he says, my child is not feeling very well on the same day. That again is something that we are going to do that as an observation. And therefore, I want us to very quickly look at this and program so that can be able to come the next year. The SIS program is there, and increase the funding in CDF from the current 35% to maybe 45% or more, so that can be able to incorporate these new programs in education. That is quite good, the CPC program, and I hope that we'll be able to correct some of the issues that we had in the past. With those few remarks, I want to thank you, and I support this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, time for this motion has come to the end, and I would like to call upon the mover to reply. The mover can choose to give an opportunity to some of you to make comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and for the opportunity to reply. I can see a lot of interest on this bill. I know the members would like to say a word. Madam Speaker, I want to be magnanimous and give them an opportunity to make their 1 minute remark. I don't need my time for them to make 1 minute remark. Allow me to give Honorable Kwenya 1 minute, John Oyula 1 minute, Honorable Jerry 1 minute, Honorable Mohammed Ali 1 minute, Honorable Member for Kadui, Honorable Makali 1 minute, Doris Donye 1 minute, Agnes Pareyo 1 minute, Naomi Wako 1 minute, and finally Honorable Sane 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You follow the order? We will follow the order.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Wakili, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, because I only have a few seconds to make my contribution, I want to say from the onset that many dreams are lost or achieved or realized at the point of basic education. And therefore, this motion could not have come at a better time than this. In my support, in support, I would say recalibration of CDF is something that we've been waiting for a long time, so that then we can be in a position to fund education from primary level to JSS to tertiary level. Therefore, I support this motion, and I seek that members pass this and CDF implements with the speed that it deserves.
The Honorable Mohamed Ali.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi kwa sababu ya muda ninaunga mkono huu mswada wa wakili Moreu na kusema ya kwamba ni vyema NGCDF iweze.
The Honorable Member Foyata. I'm sure you have not forgotten that you are in the Augusta House. I request that you make your steps all the way, bow, and come back. If you need assistance, you can get assistance from your colleague, the one who just called you to cross from the left to the right. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Honorable Mohamed Ali.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu ya hiyo naomba niongezewe muda wangu. Naunga mkono wakili Moreu kwa mswada huu mzuri zaidi na kupendekeza pia hii NGCDF iweze kupewa nafasi, ingawa nafasi iko, iweze kupewa nafasi na nguvu zaidi ya kuweza kuhakikisha ya kwamba hizi pesa zimeweza kufika katika shule ya msingi. Katika kipengee cha CDF section 48 imekubalia ila imejificha iwekwe wazi na ihakikishe ya kwamba hawa watoto tunaweza wapa pesa ili waweze kupata basari kama wengine na chakula pia. Mheshimiwa Spika, utaona wabunge wengi wanakimbilia mashirika ya kibinafsi kama Tap to Eat ambayo inawasiliana na CDF kuweza kujenga majiko ya kisasa ili chakula iweze kupatikana, kutokana na matatizo haya ya wabunge kutoweza kufika katika shule za msingi. Pia katika kipengee cha katiba article number 53 inasema kila mtoto ana haki ya elimu. Ya C inasema pia mambo ya basic nutrition, ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba kuna afya bora. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika,
The Honorable Oyula. We started from zero, Honorable Mohamed Ali. The Honorable Oyula, you have 1 minute.
Let me begin by thanking Mheshimiwa Wakili for giving me.
We cannot hear you at all. Please move to the next. Move to the next mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me start by thanking Mheshimiwa Wakili for giving me this 1 minute. I want to support the bill, the motion, and I would ask Mheshimiwa Wakili to go move a bit ahead and ensure that the Ministry of Education takes full responsibility of the child from primary to secondary without moving even to the CDF. In other areas, the child belongs to the ministry or to the government from nursery to the university. So we should come to a stage.
The Honorable Njeri Maina, member for Kirinyaga County.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I rise to support the motion by my colleague, Honorable Akili Moreu, and state that, Honorable Speaker, we need to ensure that we are funding JSS so that we can facilitate CBC. Honorable Speaker, even as we speak about funding for schools, we have attendant costs that are not catered for by the government, Honorable Speaker. I support this motion in totality, Honorable Speaker, and I beseech my colleague to bring it as a bill in this House, and we will be ready to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Makali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity, and to my colleague for being magnanimous. Article 53 makes basic education a basic right, and the government is supposed to put in measures to ensure that this constitutional imperative is honored. As we speak, Madam Speaker, and as rightly pointed out by Honorable Wakili Muriu, to say that basic education is free in this country is a misnomer. Right now, most pupils are at home, teachers are having difficulties because of non-release of the capitation on time. I will basically support this motion wholeheartedly and state that the government and the ministry in particular should be able to release the capitation in good time so that head teachers are not put in trouble to ensuring that the students remain in school. Equally, I support the increase in the capitation towards basic education, because you cannot make it compulsory and you do not make it create an environment for the realization.
The Honorable Donya.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to be quick. Basic education is key to our children, and as we even support this motion of increasing the resources, Madam Speaker, I can be quoted. Back home, Kisii County, is a primary school of a population of 780 pupils of MSR Primary School going to the river, 780 lining up to fetch water. When will they even attend class? I'm waiting for the day we will make it compulsory that every school must have access to clean water, good roads, and electricity. If we have these three things, I can assure you that we will be all celebrating what we call quality education. But the fact that we don't have them, we still have a long way to go. No water, what are we talking about? Good roads, no.
The Honorable Pareio.
Giving me this opportunity, and equally I would like to thank Wakili Muriu for coming up with this issue, and again giving me an opportunity to add my voice to this issue. Education is key, and when we talk about education, without education there is no development. And whoever came up with this idea of JSS and then looking forward and not coming back again to see how comfortable they were, these JSS were left at the primary schools without laboratories, no electricity, and no classrooms, and they have no teachers. So it is time for us not only to think about NGCDF, but also go forward again to tell the government or the Ministry of Education it is time they give these students enough teachers. Because
the Honorable Sanei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've come in supporting Honorable Wakili Edward. I've come to my sense that even in the universities, we give capitation and yet give bursaries. So there is no harm in supporting CBC in as much as there is capitation for basic education. The issue is work must follow roles, responsibilities. We need more money for CDF so that this nomenclature about CBC, where they fit and where they don't fit, ceases to boggle our minds anymore. All we need is more responsibilities followed by money. Otherwise, I wholesomely support Wakili Edwards' motion. Thank you.
Very much. The Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to add to this. I also want to thank Honorable Edward for bringing this at this particular time. And many have said that basic education entitles every child to free and quality and compulsory basic education. But the problem is that in some parts of this country, many children are not going to school, and that is why I feel Education Committee should be visiting every part of this country so that they can see the status of some areas and also see the number of children who are not going to school. Madam Speaker, I support this, and in addition to that, I want to say that the schools should be properly equipped, corruption should be free, and especially as we implement the school feeding program, because many things are happening, even under that program.
The Honorable Wakili Muriu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You have only 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to reply to the members. Madam Speaker, it has come out clearly among the members of Parliament that education is an equalizer. And it's the equalizer between the children of the poor and the children of the rich, so that those children can have an equal opportunity in serving this country. And Madam Speaker, the members have alluded very, very clearly, succinctly, that it's only by making sure that the children of the poor and the children of the rich eat the same meal, so at least they can be able to have the energy and capacity to learn. Finally, Madam Speaker, it has come out clearly that it's only after feeding our children that we can demand performance. Madam Speaker, and because of the quorum and because of the great interests of this matter before the House, I rise under Standing Order number 53(3) of the Standing Order and request this matter be deferred, putting the question be deferred to another date which you find appropriate, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wakili Mureu. Honorable members, the request by the Honorable Mureu is accented to, and the question to be put will be deferred to another sitting as will be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Honorable members, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome a delegation seated in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon. We have the 6th Student Organization of Kibabii University, SOKU, Student Council, and Electoral College representatives. They are accompanied by Dr. Benson Murumba Nasongo, Dean of Students, and Ms. Susan Okonji Adina, Senior Students Counselor. They are from Kandui constituency, Bungoma County. You are welcome to the National Assembly so that you may observe the proceedings of the House. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, expansion of drug and substance abuse rehabilitation centers.
Honorable members, that is order number 11, the Honorable John Makali. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity granted to me once more. At the outset, before I move my motion, I wish to extend a warm hand of welcome to the students from Kibabii University who come from my constituency. Kibabii University is is a bright university, vibrant universities. It is not having many issues with management as other universities, so we wish to take this opportunity to welcome them to the National Assembly and ask each of them as leaders to identify which seat they might want to occupy here in future, including one that is being occupied by yours truly. The secret is to work very hard, and we encourage them to work very hard and send the regards back home. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back to the motion. Madam Speaker, I wish to move the following motion, that aware that according to the National Protocol for Treatment of Substance Use Disorders in Kenya by the Ministry of Health, drug abuse has been increasing in Kenya, especially among the youth, with statistics indicating that more than half of drug users are aged between 10 and 19 years. Further aware that research released by the National Authority for the Campaign Against Drug Abuse, NACADA, in December 2022, placed Western Region as the leading region in alcohol and substance abuse at 23.8%, followed by the Coast Region at 13.9%, and the Central Region at 11.9%. Recognizing that the high level of drug abuse in the Western Region is attributable to illegal entry points from neighboring countries and unlicensed establishments, especially in Bungoma and Busia counties, with statistics indicating that 2 out of every 5 establishments in Bungoma operate illegally. further recognizing that a majority of the consumers of illegal substances are school-going children who end up dropping out of school, cognizant of the fact that the Alcoholic Drinks Control Act 2010 established the Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund, whose purpose is to, among other things, facilitate the dissemination of information on alcoholic drinks and promote rehabilitation programs in the country, this House urges the government to institute intensive programs for the dissemination of information on alcohol and substance abuse in line with the Alcoholic Drinks Control Act 2010 and to increase the number of rehabilitation centers across the countries. Madam Speaker, we are staring at a problem of magnificent proportions. The recent report released by NACADA indicates that there are increased cases of drug and substance abuse in this particular country. I am aware, Madam Speaker, that under Schedule 4 of the Constitution of Kenya, the issue of control of drugs is left for the county governments. But there is no part of this particular country that is not a county. Therefore, we need to take up this particular problem and address it. The statistics that were released by NACADA in December 2022 are very shocking. It says that 1 out of every 11 youths aged between 15 to 24 years were currently using at least one drug or substance of abuse. It also says that 1 in every 5 youths aged between 25 to 35 years were currently using at least one drug of substance abuse. It also says that 1 in every 3 Kenyans aged between 13 to 65 years, translating to a population of 8 million people, had minimal depressive disorders. Drug and substance abuse, Madam Speaker, has wrecked families. Children have been left destitute owing to consumption of drugs, specifically alcohol, cocaine, cannabis sativa, and heroin. And Madam Speaker, unless and until this problem is addressed, we are staring at a very bleak future. Jobs have been lost because of excessive consumption of drugs. Children, in the survey that was carried out by 2 commissions into cases of school unrest, drug and alcohol consumption was singled out as some of the causes that were causing consumption or causing unrest in our schools. So in the recent report by NACADA, one of its purposes was to ensure that rehabilitation centers are created so that people who have these substance use disorders are not treated like, criminals, but they are treated like victims who have a mental health disease, who need to actually be attended to. If we look at the statistics of rehabilitation centers in this particular country, Madam Speaker, we find that only 5 rehabilitation centers are run by the government of Kenya. 90% of the rehabilitation centers are run by faith-based organizations and other private entities. It is the role of government by creation of NACADA, which has been given a role to carry dissemination of information, to carry sensitization, advocacy, to ensure that not almost half of our population is imbibing drugs. And this problem is getting worse, Madam Speaker, owing to digitization. Right now we are finding youths, underage children, are buying these drugs through online platforms. We have not been able to control online platforms. The county governments were given a role of putting up control of, setting up mechanisms to control licensing. But most of the county governments, I wish to state that they have failed because their main obsession is licensing outlets where these drugs are sold. And because of their main concern is revenue collection. You will find in most urban centers, wines and spirit shops littered everywhere, where this alcohol is being sold across the counter to even very, very young people. We need to move from this hammer-tongue approach, where the national government at the county level is only concerned about arresting these people and taking them to courts and treating them as victims or criminals. We need to begin taking this as a mental issue and look at it as a mental disease which we need to take care of. How do we take this as a mental disease? There are people who have, if you move in the streets, let's say in Bungoma, you'll find young boys sniffing glue. These people create street families. With time, they mutate, they become criminals. But we are not focusing on treating these people. The only way we can be able to treat these people is to establish rehabilitation centers. These rehabilitation centers, we can ring-fence all the funds that are collected from licensing of these outlets that sell alcohol and drugs. Ring-fence all those funds that are used for licensing and direct them towards running of these rehabilitation centers. Because I think in each of all our constituencies, we will find families that have been wrecked by alcohol consumption, by drug use, consumption of cannabis sativa. You arrest these people, we take them to courts. Yes, we find them, but we release them back to society. They go back to the same habits they were with. So, Madam Speaker, I was moving that this House urges the government of the Republic of Kenya to ensure that we put up rehabilitation centers almost in each and every part of the county, so that these people who are now addicted to drug and substance use can be treated as patients. Sufficient funds can be put there. People can be capacity built so that they are actually treated. We treat this as an ailment, not as a criminal offense which you arrest people and take them to court and have them fined, then they return back to their normal circumstances. Equally, Madam Speaker, we created an organization known as NACADA. This was supposed to do sensitization, run rehabilitation centers. NACADA is not being adequately funded to be able to run its programs, specifically in civic education, outreach programs. When I visited their offices, they are only running one rehabilitation center in Meritini in Mombasa. But even then, they have challenges. What are the challenges they're having? They're having the challenges of funding, they're having challenges of staff, they're having challenges of, keeping the patients there. So we need to facilitate this organization so that they can be able to perform its statutory mandate as given up in the enabling statute that actually creates them. We believe, Madam Speaker, that we need to move from treating these people who are suffering from substance abuse. Some of them have lost jobs. Some of them families have been left destitute. Some of them have even died. So that we will do a paradigm shift so that we treat them as mental patients who require actual treatment and not punishment. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to move and request the Honorable Dorothy Kiara to second this particular motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to add my voice to this very important motion, and I want to thank Honorable Makari for bringing this before the floor of this House. Expansion of drug and substance abuse rehabilitation centers is a must for this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, President Richard Nixon, June 18, 1971, declared drug abuse public enemy number 1. Madam Speaker, based on this, we too are aware that the right to health was again recognized as a human right in 1966 International Convent on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Drug and substance abuse is a major health concern in our country today. Madam Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya and Article 26, which appreciates the sanctity of life and acknowledges the right of every person to life, and Article 43(1)(a) on the right to the highest attainable standard of health by all, is what we must ride on, Madam Speaker, as we think of this very, very important motion. Madam Speaker, aware that a majority of the people who abuse drugs and substance are already sick people. Madam Speaker, addiction treatment and rehabilitation centers in Kenya is largely a private sector and NGO affair, dating back in 1978. This denies people the right to prevention, treatment, and control of this menace. and the provision of health-related education and information as envisaged by our Constitution. Kenya can make huge strides if we adopt this motion. Madam Speaker, for example, Portugal in the 1990s was known as the heroin capital of Europe. Shifting from a criminal approach to a public health one, the so-called Portugal model, as a dramatic results. The number of heroin users in Portugal has dropped from 100,000 before the law to just 25,000 today. Portugal now has the lowest drug-related deaths rate in Western Europe. To adequately address the prevalence of drug abuse, there is urgent need for physical expansion of drug and substance abuse rehabilitation centers in our country today, as well as in addressing the approach adopted in these rehabilitation centers. Madam Speaker, I therefore propose there is need for further research to understand why more Kenyans are abusing drugs and substances. Number two, we must develop evidence-based programs which will effectively be able to prevent the relapse after treatment of a drug patient. Number three, community surveillance to curb the sale of recent drinks and drugs on young and vulnerable population. Madam Speaker, I want to stress on what the mover of this motion has just alluded to, that we have not been able to adequately ensure that we are able to curb this menace by ensuring that we have less outlets where these illicit drugs are sold. Madam Speaker, then number four, the enforcement of guidelines and laws on the above measures. Madam Speaker, we want to look at the population-wide education to prevent alcohol and substance misuse, then establish youth sustainable livelihood programs at country level to divert attention from drug and alcohol. Madam Speaker, with this, I want to urge this House, as I second this motion, to participate in this very, very important motion if we have to save our generation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiara. Honorable members, I now propose the question that are aware, according to the National Protocol for Treatment of Substance Use Disorders in Kenya by the Ministry of Health, drug abuse has been increasing in Kenya, especially among the youth, with statistics indicating that more than half of drug users are aged between 10 and 19 years. Further aware that research released by the National Authority for the Campaign Against Drug Abuse, NACADA, in December 2022, placed Western Region as the leading region in alcohol and substance abuse at 23.8%, followed by the Coast Region at 13.9%, and Central Region at 11.9%. Recognizing that the high level of drug abuse in the Western Region is attributed to illegal entry points from neighboring counties and unlicensed establishments, especially in Bungoma and Busia counties, with statistics indicating 2 out of every 5 establishments in Bungoma operate illegally. Further, recognizing that a majority of the consumers of illegal substances are school-going children who end up dropping out of school, cognizant of the fact that Alcohol Drinks Control Act 2010 established the Alcohol Drinks Control Fund, whose purpose is to, among other things, facilitate the dissemination of information on alcoholic drinks and promote rehabilitation programs in the country. This House urges the government to institute intensive programs for the dissemination of information on alcohol and substance abuse in line with the Alcohol Drinks Control Act 2010, and to increase the number of rehabilitation centers across the country. The Honorable Mishimboko.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi kuzungumzia hoja hii, na niweze kumshukuru sana Mheshimiwa Makalu kwa kuleta hoja ambayo ni muhimu sana. Kwa hakika nataka nikubaliane na ripoti za NACADA ambazo zimeweza kutuangazia kwamba sehemu za Busia na sehemu za Mombasa ndio ziko katika nambari 1 na 2 katika takrimu zile za mambo ya utumiaji wa pombe haramu na pia kutumia madawa ya kulevya. Kwa hakika tukiangalia nchi yetu haijaekeza zaidi kupata taasisi za umma ambazo zinaangalia mambo ya madawa ya kulevya na kuweza kunasua vijana ambao wamepotea na wameharibika katika madawa ya kulevya. Hivyo basi ni muhimu sana serikali iweze kuweka taasisi katika kila kaunti katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, iwe na taasisi ambayo itaweza kunasua vijana ambao wamebobea ama wameharibika katika mihadarati na pia mambo ya pombe haramu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia sasa hata katika sehemu zetu ambazo tunaishi katika mitaa yetu utapata kuna sehemu zinaitwa wine and spirit. Mtu ametengeza kibanda ambacho anaweza kuuza zile pombe kali sana, na wanazitengeza pia katika vipakiti vidogo vidogo na zinawekwa kwa bei rahisi sana, ambapo hata mtoto wa shule anaweza kununua kwa shilingi 50 na kuweza kutumia pombe hiyo. Ni wakati mwafaka umefika ya kwamba lazima tupige msasa pia kupitia county, kupitia serikali za county, tuone ya kwamba wameangalia pia zile sehemu ambazo biashara kama hizi zinawekwa. Vile vile pia Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nizungumzie ya kwamba ni wakati umefika ama hospitali yetu yaweze kuwa na sehemu ama ile Kiingereza tunasema departments ambazo zitakuwa zinazungumzia haswa mambo ya madawa ya kulevya na mambo ya pombe haramu, ili kuweza kunasua Wakenya wetu wengi ambao wameingia katika mitihani kama hii, hivyo basi kuweza kuharibu maisha yao. Vile vile pia nataka kuzungumzia kwamba kwa wakati wa nyuma tulikuwa na maofisa ambao walikuwa wanatembea na ndani wakizungumzia swala la mambo ya kupanga uzazi, masuala ya mambo ya maradhi haya ya HIV na masuala mengine, hata masuala ya kilimo. Wakati umefika tuwe na maofisa wa kutembea nyanjani, wa kuweza kuzungukia zile sehemu tunazita maskani, zile sehemu ambazo vijana hawa wanaweza kufanya shughuli nyingi sana zile za mihadarati na kuweza kunywa pombe na mambo kama yale. Umma wetu unapotea, watoto wetu wadogo sana, miaka 18 kuja chini, hata miaka 15 kuja chini, wameingia katika mihadarati na wameingia katika pombe haramu. Tumekuwa hatuna umma ule mchanga ambao utaweza kufikiria mambo ya kimaisha na mambo ya kujenga uchumi, kwa sababu wameingia katika swala hili. Swala jingine ni kwamba je, masuala ya usalama, masuala ya vitengo vya kusimamia usalama, tukiangazia kuanzia chifu mdogo na chifu DCC na mpaka kuangalia polisi wetu, je, wamefanya mikakati gani kuhakikisha ya kwamba hata haya madawa ya kulevya hayaingii hapa nchini, haya madawa ya kulevya hayafiki kule nyanjani? Kwa sababu wakati ilipokuwa madawa haya hayafiki nyanjani, hatukuwa na takrimu kubwa za kuonyesha ya kwamba vijana wamebobea katika mambo haya. Lakini kwa sababu ni rahisi kuzipata, ni rahisi kupata mihadarati, ni rahisi kupata pombe haramu, hivyo basi kila mmoja ameingia katika mambo kama haya, hivyo basi uchumi unadorora na maisha ya Wakenya na afya ya Wakenya pia inaweza kudorora. Ni wakati muafaka serikali iangalie vile inavyofadhili NACADA. NACADA ni taasisi lakini ufadhili wake ni mchache sana. Tunaona hata katika boda zetu hakuna maofisa wa NACADA kuhakikisha kwamba mihadarati haitapitia katika boda na kufika huku nyanjani. Tunaona ya kwamba Busia pale, Malaba pale, Lunga mihadarati inapita kwa njia nyingi sana, hata kupitia bahari. Lakini je, vitengo vya usalama? Ni wakati muafaka kuwe na vitengo mahsusi kabisa ambavyo vimewekwa vya usalama kuangalia swala la mihadarati. Vile vile pia ni wakati muafaka, lazima sheria tuibadilishe kutoka miaka 18 mpaka 21, mtu ndo anaruhusika kuweza kunywa pombe. Tukiweka hivyo tutasaidia vijana wengi sana ambao wameingia katika pombe wakiwa na umri wa chini sana. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hili ni swala muhimu, lazima.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mishi Mboko. The Honorable Member for Buri, Rindikiri Mogambi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've just come from the Parliamentary Caucus on Drugs and Substance Abuse with the UNDC and the World Health Organization. This matter of drug usage is becoming epidemic in Kenya, because basically in all parts of the country, including the traditional areas of northeastern, where we never hunt a lot of drug abuse, it is now becoming a menace. Madam Speaker, it is the high time that we stand together and save the generation of tomorrow. As I stand here, my constituency, Bori, sits on the transit route of drugs from Ethiopia and also from Nairobi. Madam Speaker, it is a national concern which has also brought in the presidency to fight against the menace. Madam Speaker, this menace is with us as a business, is with us as a matter of relaxation. It is with us because we believe the only area, part of the one that is left is Africa, and Africa, according to our enemies, it must be destroyed through abuse of drugs. I therefore stand to support this motion and say it's the high time this country now seriously deliberates. As we deliberate on the cost of fuel, as we deliberate on the cost of living, we need to urgently discuss the effect of drugs and drug abuse. Madam Speaker, each member of this parliament should take this as a very serious concern, because we are not going to have voters of tomorrow. Madam Speaker, this abuse of drugs has gone all the way to primary schools. It is available in churches. It's available in bars. It's available on the street openly. It's available in the security installations also. So it's a national disaster as far as concerned. And therefore, as we propose to move ahead, I think we have to change some legislation. We have to change some legislation. We have to say that things like tobacco and coatings, all those kind of items, they are no longer good for our society. We must take the hard decisions. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Buhuri. The Honorable Catherine Omanyo, Member for Busia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to add bells and whistles to this motion by saying no anytime, because for us to have a healthy and productive society, we should not shy away. We are losing children. Personally, I have been affected. Family members, cousins, friends I knew, if I meet them, they are becoming social misfits, and people like segregate and avoid such people. And also, if you find even neighbors, they can even make it worse and say, so-and-so's child or so-and-so's husband or so-and-so's wife is just a mess. So it just makes it even worse, because as a nation, I think we are not doing much. Our border points, the sea areas, Malindi, Lamu, is actually the places where these traffickers target to root themselves into a nation. So as a nation, I think unless somebody's family has been hit hard, maybe a son or a daughter, that's when somebody wants to rise up. We should, from the morning to evening, keep reminding people how drugs can affect a family. And we know very well that drugs can either be introduced to somebody, so that means even in primary schools and secondary schools, let it not just be taught as part of a unit for people to cram and pass exams, but teachers who handle such units to actually go deeper and let the children know that if you are introduced to some of these drugs, even just testing, you get addicted. Just trying, you get addicted. These traffickers have made sure that they introduce drugs to young people to make them look cool. You even hear some of these children who use drugs, their English is different, how they dress is different, they make it attractive, and many young people, because of peer influence, they think it is cool to use drugs. Let the teachers go deeper and tell them immediately you puff, like some of these drugs. It takes 7 years to come out of their brains. So you start turning into a cabbage. Let also the teachers and us, adults and everybody, to be responsible and say, these drugs make you turn into a cabbage. So who wants to look like a cabbage? So also we have made these drugs be very available. You can even go to a pharmacy and there are drugs that are prescribed that make you drunk the whole day. Why should we have such drugs on our shelves?
Thank you
the
very
chemist?
much.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, but I had a lot
Thank
to
you
contribute.
very much, Member for Busia. Honorable members, I see many of you wanted to speak, including the Honorable Jessica Mbalu, member for Kibwezi East, the Honorable Jerry Maina, many of you, the Honorable Donya, Honorable Sanei, but unfortunately time is up. Honorable members, and the time now being 1:00 p.m., this House stands adjourned until this afternoon, Wednesday, the 4th day of October 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this live proceedings of the National Assembly.
I hereby direct that the bell be rung for further 10 minutes.
If you're just joining us, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly has ordered the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes because the House does not quorate. The number required for business of the National Assembly to begin is 50 members seated in the chamber. That is according to the provisions of the standing order. And what happens in the background is that respective leadership in the House whips the members to come take their seats, at least those who are within the precincts of Parliament. As we wait for quorum to be achieved, we'll continue taking a look at the order of business this afternoon, where the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2023 will be read for the first time. Quorum has been achieved.
Sergeant at Arms, I direct that you stop the bell, and now we can proceed.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members, there's a message. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 41-4 relating to messages to and from the Senate, I wish to report to the House that on the 2nd of October 2023, I received a message from the Senate regarding passage of 2 bills, namely the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, and the Primary Health Care Bill, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023. Honorable members, the first message relates to the passage of Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, which was published via Kenya Gazette number 168 of 15 September 2023. The bill seeks to, among other things, provide the public health facility improvement financing and management and administration of improvement financing, and was passed by the Senate with amendments on Wednesday, the 27th of September 2023. Honorable members, the second message relates to the passage of the Primary Health Care Bill, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023, which was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 169 of 15th September 2023. The bill seeks to, among other things, provide a framework for the delivery and access to the management of primary health care, and was passed by the Senate with amendments on Thursday, 28 September 2023. Honorable members, having passed the 2 bills, the Senate now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly on each of the bills pursuant to Articles 110, 111, and of the Constitution, and Standing Orders 46.1 and 161 of the Senate Standing Orders. Honorable members, Standing Order number 143 of the National Assembly Standing Orders requires the Speaker to cause a bill received from the Senate to be read a first time upon conveyance of its message. In this regard, you will notice that the two bills have been listed for the first reading in today's order paper. Upon being read a first time, the bills will stand committed to the Departmental Committee on Health for consideration in line with Standing Order 143. Honorable members, noting the urgent nature of the bills, the committee is encouraged to expeditiously undertake public participation and to report to the House for onward processing of the bills. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
I don't think there are any papers. Majority Leader, are there any papers? Chair Jailak has a paper.
Jailak had a paper.
Honorable Member for Tharaka Nithi. Okay, maybe I can make, I'll recognize some guests within the National Assembly while the chair of JLAC gets himself together. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of staff from the parliaments of Zambia and Namibia seated in the Speaker's Gallery. They are from the National Assembly of Zambia, Mr. Tennyson Nyangu, who's the Principal Clerk, Journals and Table Office. 2, Mr. Collins Ngozi, Deputy Principal Clerk, Learning and Development. 3, Mr. Kibwibwi Mubanga, Deputy Principal Clerk, Research. From the National Assembly of Namibia, there is 1, Mr. Vincent Sinalumbu, Deputy Director, Research and Information. 2, Mr. Raphael Hangalgula, Senior Information Officer. Honorable members, the staff from the National Assembly of Zambia are in the country on a visit to the Center of Parliamentary Studies and Training, CPST, to, among other things, learn about the model and the organizational structure of the center. On the other hand, the staff from the Parliament of Namibia are on a study visit to the Department of Public Communication and Media on an exchange learning on an, among other things, legislative communication strategy, social media policy, and outreach programs. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to the National Assembly and wish them fruitful engagement during their stay in Kenya. I thank you. Chairperson Jailak. The Honorable Sir George, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Sorry that this was delayed a little bit, but allow me, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 3rd October 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
I think there are none. Next order. I don't see any notices of motion. The Honorable Ken Chonga, I think member for Kilifi, you are supposed to have a notice of motion. If he's not here, we can proceed. We can always pivot back to him when we come back. The Honorable Chonga? Okay.
Let me just take the seat. Sorry, Your Honor. Proceed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to seek an adjournment of the House on a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the skyrocketing fuel prices in the country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision Standing Order number 33, subsection 1, I rise to seek leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the skyrocketing fuel prices in the country. Honorable Speaker, the Energy and Petroleum Regulation Authority, EPRA, in its latest price review, revised the fuel prices for super, petrol, diesel, and kerosene upwards by Kenya shillings 16.96, Kenya shillings 21.32, and Kenya shillings 33.13 respectively, leading to a cost of over Kenya shilling 200 shillings per litre. This surge in fuel price has caused serious apprehension among Kenyans as the prices are the highest in the country's history, taking into consideration the levels of purchasing power of the majority of the people in Kenya. However, Speaker, while it is acknowledged that global demand and supply factors influence the fuel prices, the sharp increase in fuel prices, coupled with the numerous taxes, will take the country's economic growth backwards, as prices of most goods and services are pegged on such rates. Instructively, taxes account to up to 40% of the fuel pricing in the country. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background, therefore, that I seek leave for the adjournment of this House to discuss this matter of urgent national importance with a view to finding sustainable solution to the ever-increasing fuel prices so as to alleviate the burden of Kenyans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Chonga, do you have 20 members? Okay, I'm reliably informed that you have 21 members. So the matter shall be debated at 6 p.m. Actually, 6:15. 6:15, yeah. Just so that we finish the other business. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
The Honorable Peter Lachokapong, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Regional Development. Are you ready? Okay, proceed. Give him the mic. You may proceed. Please sit down, Honorable Kamket, so that we can get a mic for the Honorable Member. Move to your right, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, this is a statement requesting for extension of time for consideration of the Regional Development Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023. Now, Honorable Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 127.5 to report the progress on the consideration of the Regional Development Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023, by the Departmental Committee on Regional Development. Now, the bill was read for the first time in this House on 6th of June, 2023, and was committed to the Departmental Committee on Regional Development for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 127.3. Now, Honorable Speaker, the bill is very important as it seeks to consolidate all laws relating to regional development to provide for establishment, powers and functions of the six existing regional development bodies. Now, the bill further seeks to standardize the functions of the regional development authorities and the membership of the boards of each authority to 11 members in line with best practices in corporate governance. It also seeks to align all existing RDA acts with the provisions of the 2010 Constitution. Now, Honorable Speaker, now the committee was required to undertake public participation on the bill by inviting submissions on the memoranda, holding public hearings, consulting relevant stakeholders in the relevant sector, and consult experts on technical subjects. Now, Honorable Speaker, I wish to report that in compliance with Article 118B of the Constitution and Standing Order 127.3, now the Clerk of the National Assembly placed an advertisement in the print media on Monday, 12th of June, 2023, inviting the public to submit memoranda on the bill. Now, by close of the submission deadline, the committee had received 6 memoranda from the following institutions. 1, now State Department for Asals and Regional Development. Now 2, 6 regional development authorities. 3, Kenya Law Reform Commission. 4, the Council of Governors. 5, National Gender and Equality Commission. Now 6, Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee. Now, in addition, the committee met with key stakeholders to submit views on the bill on 25th and 26th August 2023. Now, Honorable Speaker, while the committee was undertaking public participation on the bill, the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee submitted that there was a multi-agency technical team on regional development authorities comprising the 6 regional development authorities: county government, council of governors, executive office of the president, Kenya Law Reform Commission, that recommended, among other things, to align all the RDA acts with the provisions of the 2010 Constitution, which the bill is preparing to address. Now, taking into consideration the submission by IGRTC, the committee resolved to further engage the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee on the content of the report by multi-agency technical team, and also undertake further public hearings on the bill in the counties of Kilifi, Tana River, Kisumu, Elgeyo Marakwet, and Isholo to collect the views of the public. In view of the foregoing, Honorable Speaker, now the committee requests an extension of 60 days to further engage IGRTC, all the stakeholders involved in the multi-agency technical team, and conduct public hearing on the bill. I wish to restate our commitment to process this bill. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable Loko Chapong, I think the reasons you have given are valid, and also the list of important stakeholders that you have not been able to consult with. I think I'm inclined to approve your request for the further 50 days. to undertake public participation, and we hope that you will use the opportunity to consult widely. And honorable members, I make that decision pursuant to Standing Order 127 4A, which provides that the Speaker may extend the period for public participation under paragraph 4, where various provisions of the bill proposing to amend more than one statute is in its provisions are referred to separate departmental committees. For that reason, I approve. Thank you. Yes, what's your point order, Madam Donya?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Apologies, Honorable Donya.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to seek your indulgence. On 3rd of May, CS for Education was in this house. We asked him a question about the issuance of sanitary pads to our school-going girls.
So, Honorable Donya, you'd like to make a statement?
Yes.
Okay, proceed with your
Thank you,
statement.
Madam Speaker. Indeed, I'm very grateful. The CS told us that he had directed the Ministry of Gender plus the stakeholders involved so that they finish this issue once and for all. Down the line, 5 months, our children have no sanitary pads. I come from Kisii County, Madam Speaker. I've not seen any issuance of sanitary pads to our school-going young girls. I cannot be ashamed, Madam Speaker, to say he didn't give us a correct answer, because I even asked him about our young girls and boys fetching water from the rivers. He told us, oh, at this time we have no pupils still fetching water from the river, but as per yesterday, I received photos of MSA Primary School, boys and girls fetching water from the river. So I want to get an answer as to why the women reps and other female leaders in this house have not received any positive answer towards the sanitary pads issue. Even after Madam Speaker had spoken to the CS, I had even told him in our vernacular, I spoke in vernacular. I thought he was going to hear, because in English he has not given us any answer. So, Madam Speaker, please, we need to be assisted. Thank you very much.
So, Honorable Donya, I think you can do a written statement of what you've said today and just send it to, is it to the Department for Education, Social Protection, or is it Gender? Which committee? Your suggestion is I'll listen to someone else.
Both is actually education. When I asked him the question, he said we will have an engagement with the Ministry of Gender. So he was from education, and the other ministry was talking about his gender.
Okay. So I think you can be marked to both committees, education
Thank you, Madam
and gender.
Speaker.
Thank you. Next order. What's your point of order, Honorable Jared Okello?
Madam Speaker, firstly, I thank you. And I've got two issues that need your attention, direction and assistance. And the first one relates to international travels by members of this House together with our Secretariat, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the wisdom of our clerk, my good friend Samuel Njoroge, he did take the amounts allocated to international travels and apportioned them along committee lines, Honorable Speaker. At the end of the day, we realized how paltry this money is, thereby making it very difficult for committee members to travel. Madam Speaker, the benefits accruing out of international travels through workshops, benchmarkings, and I'm glad our friends from Zambia are present in this House. And many other things that we learn, Honorable Speaker, cannot be gainsaid. But if a committee comprising of 15 people, and I belong to a committee called Delegated Legislation that has up to 21 members, and another one called Budget that I think has 27 members. But with that paltry money, if you were to send only 3 members, Madam Speaker, to the US, Australia, UK, and any other country, Madam Speaker, only 3 members, the money will be depleted.
Honorable Okello, I think that's a matter that has been a directive and advice from government. I think that advice shall reach the clerk of the National Assembly, and he'll be able to deal with it administratively and communicate to members in their various committees. I think to make us try and debate it here at the House when we do not have that particular circular from government officially and not based on newspaper reports, I think is an exercise in futility. Let us proceed.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. That is not the direction I was taking, but I also said...
No, I know you, Jared. You've already, like I've said, you're alluding to something that is not properly before the House and is an administrative issue that has been sent to accounting officers. So let the accounting officers communicate the details of it to their respective institutions. No, we only have one point of order. You will sit down and then you'll ask for another different point of order. Let us proceed. What was your point of order, Honorable Gasheri?
Honorable Speaker, I thought Honorable Donya raised a general statement, so I was seeking your indulgence on whether members can have a few minutes to kindly ventilate on the issue of sanitary towels. It is a pressing concern for our girls. Thank you.
Okay, I think I can give you a chance to ventilate on it.
Thank you.
Then we'll proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when we passed the budget in this House, we put in 940 million for procurement of sanitary towels. Honorable Donya has told this House that she had a discussion with the CS Education, who indicated that we were to have progressive consultations with the CS Gender. Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that more than 30 county woman members to the National Assembly had a sitting with the CS Gender, Aisha Jumwa, and we had a discussion on the sanitary towels, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when we were signing the Kenya Kwanza Women's Charter, our government promised that we will give free sanitary towels, Honorable Speaker. In this day and age, sanitary towels are still a pressing concern for majority of girls in Kirinyaga County, Honorable Speaker. In parts of Moya, parts of Gishugu, parts of Ndia, parts of Kirinyaga Central, and I am certain for many constituents and many members. Honorable Speaker, as women representatives, we have exhausted our personal finances on ensuring that we buy sanitary towels so that girls can go back to schools. Honorable Speaker, I was addressing this parliament last week and I confirmed that we do not have our NGA funds as of yet, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in all due honesty, we must be told by the CS Gender and the CS Education where is the 940 million for sanitary towels. We need that money. We need the sanitary towels as soon as yesterday, Honorable Speaker. Periods are not something that girls can say they want to do away with. It is not an option. They have periods every month, Honorable Speaker. And I want to urge this House to take that issue seriously and take it as a matter of urgency. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kirinyaga, Honorable Njeri. I only indulged you, even though there isn't a substantive statement before the House at the moment, I only indulged you because I know you had raised this issue. It had been marked to, in regards to GAF, it had been marked to the labor, I think, social protection and labor. And then now we can, I think at that time, I just indulged you for that purpose. But there's nothing substantially before the House. And before we move to the next order, allow me to recognize the presence of Pesi Day Secondary School, Laikipia West, from Laikipia County. And secondly, to recognize the presence of Wood Creek Secondary School from Roysambu constituency, Kiambu County. Both are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. I also wish to recognize, seated in the public gallery, Visa Oswald Primary School from Westlands constituency, Nairobi County. And on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome you to the National Assembly. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Kenya delegation to the 146th Assembly of Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings held in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Question to be put.
Honorable Martha Wangari, I saw that you had put a point of order before I proceed to put the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had only put it to support the issue of the sanitary towels, as the Honorable Njeri has raised, because I think it's overdue. Just the way condoms are free, sex you can choose, but menstruation you cannot choose. Madam Speaker, this issue, the ping pong between the Ministry of Gender and the Ministry of Education have cost our girls. The reason we are having even defilement cases, the reason we are having GBV, we have girls being lured to these traps by a packet of sanitary towels. I don't think we can actually insist more, Madam Speaker. Let us have a timeline for this statement to come to the floor.
Thank you. Honorable members, allow me to put the question and then we can. The matter is substantive before your committee, Honorable Alice Ngaga. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House notes the report of the Kenya delegation to the 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings held in Manama Kingdom of Bahrain from the 11th to the 15th of March 2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 14th June 2023. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for public health facility improvement financing, the management and administration of facility improvement financing, and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Primary Health Care Bill, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide a framework for the delivery of, access to, and management of primary health care and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Legal Aid Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Legal Aid Act. Order number 12, the Prisons Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Prisons Act, Cap 90. Order number 13, the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Penal Code.
Leader for majority, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 40, and I think we discussed in the House Business Committee to request you to reorder business appearing as order number 15 to become order number 16, and the business appearing as order number 16 to take the place of order number 15.
Honorable members, following the request by the member for Kikuyu, who's also the majority leader, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 42, I reorganize the business as follows. That after order number 13, the House will proceed to consider business appearing under order number 16. It will now be numbered number 14. And further, that after the consideration of the business appearing on order number 16, which is now 14, the House will then proceed to consider business appearing as order number 18, which now will become order number 15 in that sequence. Your point of order, Majority Leader?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I think we got a little mixed up. The request we needed to dispose of with order number 14, then rearrange 15 and 16. 16 now to take the place of 15.
Okay, so you want to start, you want to go for after, so my direction should have been that we reorganize after order number 14.
Yes.
Yeah, we will proceed to consider business appearing under order number 16, which will now be referred to as order number 15.
Yes.
And then further, that after the consideration of the business appearing under order number 16, which will now be 15, the House will proceed to consider the business appearing as under order number 18, which will now become 16.
Perfect.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, next order.
Order number 14, motion, consideration of the protocols relating to amendments of Article 50A and 56 of the Convention on International Civil Aviation, 1944, Chicago Convention. Resumption of debate.
Honorable members, I think there was a balance of time of 2 hours, 27 minutes. I don't know if there was any member who was on their feet. Was there none? The mover. It's open. Okay. Those members who want to contribute to this particular bill, kindly press, to this debate, kindly press the intervention button. Yes, Honorable Member, Honorable Gagu, sorry, GK. Chairperson Transport. It was never moved. I thought it was. It was moved. I think you were absent. Because my notes show that there was that the debate was interrupted on Thursday, September 28th, and there was a balance of 2 hours, 27 minutes. Luckily, Honorable GK, I think the good thing is this is a House of Records. So I've been given a document here in its original state, which shows that on Thursday, the 28th of September 2023, in the afternoon, the Honorable George Kariuki, which is yourself, at 16:49 moved the motion. And thereafter, the Honorable John Kiragu at 16:52 seconded the motion. And the motion was made and the question proposed, and then rising in place of the Standing Order 96, Honorable Owen Bayer claimed to move that the debate be adjourned. So yes, we seem to, so the motion was deferred for continuation today. So am I correct to say that it's we resume debate and we have 2 hours, 27 minutes? Okay, so honorable members, press the intervention button. I think the first person who's done that is the Honorable John Waweru, also known as JK, member for Dagoretti South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to stand to support the amendments of the articles for this protocol. Madam Speaker, there is a very vibrant aviation industry that is calling. However, East Africa has been lagging behind. And Madam Speaker, my biggest concern, beyond the protocols that we are amending today, is the fact that even as we are moving as East Africa, we've got to reconsider how we are tending to matters of aviation in this country, Madam Speaker. As we speak, we are very keen to look at what is happening in the region. However, when we get home, that is where it looks like that is where we draw the line. Madam Speaker, we have a national carrier that is on its knees. Each and every member here will tell you that Kenya Airways is in the doldrums, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even as we look and support the amendments of these protocols, we've got to know that if we are looking towards a vibrant aviation industry, we will need to also go back home and check the aviation in the home countries, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the matter of Kenya Airways is a critical matter that we might not ignore even as we are discussing this motion, Madam Speaker. There are issues that need to be taken up on the national carrier. Issue number one, Madam Speaker, is why this national carrier is perennially registering losses, Madam Speaker. And this can only point to one issue: management and governance. Madam Speaker, this House shall not continue hiding its head in the sand anymore. The national carrier is facing a governance crisis. If it takes us studying from other well-to-do airlines, Madam Speaker, we will find out that any airline that is doing well anywhere in the globe has two very critical components on its board. The boards of airlines that are doing well, for starters, have pilots sitting in those boards. Secondly, they have engineers sitting in those boards, people who understand aviation. That is not the case for Kenya Airways, Madam Speaker. In Kenya Airways, Madam Speaker, we have a way of bringing in bankers, HR people, finance people, and ultimately locking out the professionals who are the pilots and the engineers. Madam Speaker, that we must remedy. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the issue of the people working for this airline, Madam Speaker. Even as we are amending the international protocols, back here at home, Kenya Airways, which was once one of the better employers, today is an embarrassment, Madam Speaker. That is why the airline is bleeding talent left, right, and center. Our pilots are taking off, our engineers are taking off, our air hosts and hostesses are running away, Madam Speaker, and all this is pointing to the misgovernance at the highest levels, Madam Speaker. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, we have an airline that has parked a Dreamliner, Madam Speaker. The statistics are telling us that when the Dreamliner is operational, it brings in close to $1 million US dollars per flight, Madam Speaker. This is monies that will do well in contributing to the forex earnings of this country. We have 247s, Madam Speaker, that are parked in the hangars, Madam Speaker, also pointing to mismanagement. So, Madam Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is that even as we today amend these articles on the protocols, we will still need to come back home and attend to matters of aviation back at home, starting with Kenya Airways, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I do stand to support this, and I wanted to put in my voice that even as we do this, let us look at what is happening with the national carrier. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Limuru, Honourable John Kiragu, I think you're a member of the committee.
Thank you.
Honourable Kiragu, I'm informed that you have contributed. So let me go to the Honourable Member for Kitutu Masaba, Honourable Clive Gisairo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but I was not to comment on this.
Please press the intervention button so that I know you want to comment on this. Press the intervention button if you want to contribute to this particular debate. The Honourable Member for Nyando, Honourable Jared Okello. Then you'll be followed by the Honourable Member for Sirisia, Honourable John Waluke.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Taking the cue from my friend Honorable Kierie, it is an absurdity that we have an airline that we should be very proud of as a nation, incurring losses year in, year out, Honorable Speaker. And something needs to be aggressively done, Madam Speaker. All members of parliament here travel in Kenya Airways flights. And at every given time that we fly, the flight is full. And I want to believe they're not carrying us as a charity. It is not out of convenience that members are carried in those flights. They pay for them. And not just members of parliament, everybody else who gets into that flight has paid. And you wonder, where does all this money go? So there is a problem somewhere. Whether it is managerial, we need to get to the bottom of it. Whether it is the interference by certain powers that be, we need to get to the bottom of it. Whether those who have leased those planes to Kenya Airways are demanding more than what they should get as their dues, we all need to know this, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, we have competitive airlines within the region that are going to take away the business away from us. It will be a tragedy for members of parliament and the general populace to be using other airlines to the detriment of our own, Madam Speaker. I think Kenya Airways needs a complete overhaul so that we can inject a new impetus into the business within Kenya Airways, Madam Speaker. And I'm very concerned, and I hope that the minister in charge of transport, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, will bite the bullet and call sin by its rightful name and make amends where necessary, so that as a country, our airline can start to be a going concern. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity, and I support.
Member for Sirisia, Honorable Waluke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance also to contribute on this. Madam Speaker, we are all proud of Kenya Airways as the pride of Africa. Madam Speaker, since I came to this parliament, this parliament has given many billions to Kenya Airways, just trying to revive Kenya Airways. Madam Speaker, we need to call a spade if we want to save Kenya Airways. Madam Speaker, the money is taken by tiniest, and we need to say the truth so that we save this country, Madam Speaker. There are big people who siphon money from Kenya Airways, the way they siphoned Kenya Power. And those are the people who are still siphoning Kenya Airways. And Madam Speaker, note that parliamentarians doesn't know about this. Madam Speaker, this country has a problem of finance. And if we don't say the truth, if we fear being a child or being killed, Madam Speaker, we are not going to save this country, and we are not going to save Kenya Airways. Madam Speaker, for example, even the express road, the money is collected every evening and it is taken to a certain family, Madam Speaker. And this is the family that has killed Kenya Airways, this is the family that has killed Kenya Power, and this is the family that is killing this country. Madam Speaker, we cannot be giving out money in, money out, money in, money out. Even today, if we can give out money, after 2-3 days, the money is, Kenya Airways will be crying. The money will not be there. The money will be siphoned within 24/7. So, Madam Speaker,
carrying losses year in, year out, Honorable Speaker. And something needs to be aggressively done, Madam Speaker. All members of parliament here travel in Kenya Airways flights. And at every given time that we fly, the flight is full. And I want to believe they're not carrying us as a charity. It is not out of convenience that members are carried in those flights. They pay for them. And not just members of parliament, everybody else who gets into that flight has paid. And you wonder, where does all this money go? So there is a problem somewhere. Whether it is managerial, we need to get to the bottom of it. Whether it is the interference by certain powers that be, we need to get to the bottom of it. Whether those who have leased those planes to Kenya Airways are demanding more than what they should get as their dues, we all need to know this, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, we have competitive airlines within the region that are going to take away the business away from us. It will be a tragedy for members of parliament and the general populace to be using other airlines to the detriment of our own, Madam Speaker. I think Kenya Airways needs a complete overhaul so that we can inject a new impetus into the business within Kenya Airways, Madam Speaker. And I'm very concerned, and I hope that the minister in charge of transport, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, will bite the bullet and call sin by its rightful name and make amends where necessary, so that as a country, our airline can start to be a going concern. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity, and I support.
Member for Sirisia, Honorable Waluke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance also to contribute on this. Madam Speaker, we are all proud of Kenya Airways as the pride of Africa. Madam Speaker, since I came to this parliament, this parliament has given many billions to Kenya Airways, just trying to revive Kenya Airways. Madam Speaker, we need to call a spade if we want to save Kenya Airways. Madam Speaker, the money is taken by tiniest, and we need to say the truth so that we save this country, Madam Speaker. There are big people who siphon money from Kenya Airways, the way they siphoned Kenya Power. And those are the people who are still siphoning Kenya Airways. And Madam Speaker, note that parliamentarians doesn't know about this. Madam Speaker, this country has a problem of finance. And if we don't say the truth, if we fear being a child or being killed, Madam Speaker, we are not going to save this country, and we are not going to save Kenya Airways. Madam Speaker, for example, even the express road, the money is collected every evening and it is taken to a certain family, Madam Speaker. And this is the family that has killed Kenya Airways, this is the family that has killed Kenya Power, and this is the family that is killing this country. Madam Speaker. We cannot be giving out money in, money out, money in, money out. Even today, if we can give out money, after 2-3 days, the money is, Kenya Airways will be crying. The money will not be there. The money will be siphoned within 24/7. So, Madam Speaker, with all
What
those...
is your point of order, Honorable Atanti? And Honorable Wanjala, I think.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the motion on the floor is not what the members are discussing. They are discussing Kenya Airways, but the motion on the floor has nothing to do with Kenya Airways. Madam Speaker, can you direct members to debate appropriately? Madam Speaker, thank you.
Okay, unless I heard wrong, I think they had established relevance, because I think the only aviation industry that they know of that they can make reference as Kenyans is Kenya Airways. So as long as they can link it, which I think I saw Honorable KJ do, then I think we can allow him to proceed. What's your point of order, Honorable Wanjala, before I go back to Honorable Member for Sirisia?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, on the same, I heard the member clearly saying that we have been allocating money in the House to Kenya Airways, but there is a family that siphons this money. I just wanted him to come clear which family is this that is siphoning money. It has to be clear. You cannot leave Parliament in suspense, because Parliament is a house of record and deals with substantive issues.
Honorable Member for Sirisia, you may proceed, but try and be able to, you're responsible for confirming the facts. Oh, the member has left. Okay, it looks like the member has left. Let us proceed. Next, I have the Honorable Member for Endebess, the Honorable Robert Pugose.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this consideration of the protocol relating to amendments of Article 50A and 56 of the Convention on International Civil Aviation 1944 Chicago Convention. In Article number 50A, it increasing the membership from 36 to 40, while Article number
I'll therefore not be considering this bill, and those are just some of the matters in line with the Speaker's communication last week. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the Honorable Kangogo Bowen to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to second the miscellaneous amendment bill by the little majority. And Madam Speaker, the amendments raised by little majority, Madam Speaker, especially the issues dealing with the corruptions, Madam Speaker, the issue dealing with the judiciary, Madam Speaker, are very important issues. Madam Speaker, if I can just pick two areas, especially touching on the corruption. Madam Speaker, if you had some of the few members when they were talking about the issue which was raised by the chair of roads, and they picked it at Kenya Airways. Madam Speaker, we have a serious issues of corruption across many sectors in the country. And Madam Speaker, apart from this small miscellaneous amendment bill, there is a serious confusion also between EACC, the DCI, Madam Speaker. You will find that the DCI, they have even left their work of investigating non-economical crimes, Madam Speaker, to focus so much on economic crimes.
because even themselves, they want to get or to put their hand in what they are investigating. So, Madam Speaker, giving these powers to EACC, Madam Speaker, it will help to make sure that the EACC, they have that powers, they are able to investigate all of us and any other Kenyan, so that you don't find officers who are being investigated and they are themselves in the office. It becomes so difficult for them because they interfere with the witnesses. Madam Speaker, on the issue of judiciary, Madam Speaker, some areas, like even where I come from, Elgeyo-Marakwet County, we have only the smallest, the magistrate court.
What's your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm starting on point of order number 91. My brother is admitting there is confusion between DCIO, ESCC, and I want him to clarify what confusion is there with the facts. Thank you.
You're the one confused with the honorable member, because I said there is confusion in terms of investigation and prosecution of economic crimes and even economic crimes between the DCI and the EACC. And I've said it very clearly that given if we can have the EACC investigate economic crimes and we have the DCI investigate and prosecute forward for prosecution non-economic crimes, it will create clear lines. And
I think
I've
it's
just
okay,
said,
Honorable Member, he's just alluding to the overlap of mandate and the need for clarity of mandate, hence that's the nuisance or mischief that you're trying to cure through the amendment.
Exactly.
So he's not alluding to any unsubstantiated facts. You may proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I've said, Madam Speaker, if you check, for instance, tax crimes, tax evasion crimes, you will find that that is an economic crime which we need to give more powers to EACC together with also the KRA so that they can follow and have DCI to focus on cat rustling and some other crimes like banditry and robbery. Madam Speaker, on the case of judiciary, you will find that there are many cases, Madam Speaker, in judiciary which are destructive for many years. We have people in this country who have died, Madam Speaker, following cases in judiciary for so many years. So I support that we increase the appellate charges to 70 or even more, Madam Speaker, so that if possible, every county there is an appellate court, so that cases can be fast-tracked, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, apart from even that one, we would want to see that every constituency, if possible, Madam Speaker, to have a magistrate's court. You will find that, like I was saying, Madam Speaker, from Elgeyo-Marakwet County, we have only a magistrate's court at the county headquarters. The entire 4 constituencies, there is no court, Madam Speaker. So I want to support this amendment by little majority, Madam Speaker, so that the operations and development of government agendas, Madam Speaker, can move, and also to make sure that there is a transparency and accountability also in government. So, Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to support.
Honorable members, allow me to propose the question. Then we can move to debate. Honorable members, I propose the question that the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 60 of 2022, be read a second time. Will as many as, sorry, not yet, yes. Okay, yes. Okay, we can proceed with the debate. Those members who want to who want to contribute to this debate, press the intervention button. Okay, you can walk right up here and speak to the clerk. Okay, do you have a point of order? Okay, it's okay, let him proceed. Yeah, but next time it's just, yeah, all right, proceed. Please remove your cards if you're not going to contribute to this debate. Just press the intervention button so I can differentiate the other members who've made general requests. Proceed, Honorable Atandi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this important bill. Madam Speaker, I want to zero in on the amendments touching on the EACC Act. And Madam Speaker, all of us are interested in fighting corruption. I think if there's anything that anybody in this country needs to fight is corruption. Because it is corruption that has allowed this country to stagnate. Many of our peers across Africa are doing better and across the world because they have been able to slay the dragon of corruption. Madam Speaker, in the amendment which has been proposed, the amendment is seeking to strengthen the investigative arm in the war against corruption. And Madam Speaker, what I think we need to do as a country is, first of all, to professionalize investigations. Because what there is in this country on investigation is not professional investigation. Because giving the EACC power to investigate anybody is, in short, politicizing investigations. And this is the reason why we have failed, Madam Speaker. If you look at the way corruption is prosecuted, it begins with investigations and then it goes into prosecutions. If you look at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, that office is very professional, and that office consists of competent advocates and lawyers who look at cases before they present before court. And Madam Speaker, because you are here in the last parliament, you are aware that there was a time there was the director, the DCI, and the DPP were not in agreement on many aspects, on many cases of corruption. The reason was that DPP felt that some of the cases that were being given to him to prosecute were not properly investigated, and that most of them were product of politics. That the system would send somebody to investigate you, and there would be a press conference, and you would think things would be said how you are corrupt you are, but when the matter is presented before DPP, actually there is no evidence that can support that case in court. So, Madam Speaker, my view is that if we really want to fight corruption, then we must begin by strengthening the investigative aspect of the war against corruption. And I wanted the majority leader to listen to me because this is his bill. As long as the EACC officers, the ones we know, who are not very good in undertaking professional investigations, then even if you give them powers to investigate me at night, in the morning, without going to court, they will never succeed in arresting corruption because they will still do shoddy investigations. And when these matters are presented before the DPP will say, no, this one cannot hold. And there's no judge who will give you a good judgment. So, Madam Speaker, whereas this proposal to give free power for free investigation is here, I want to oppose it because I think where we need to start as Parliament is to find a way in which you can have an EACC which can do a professional investigation that can lead to prosecution. I think that's where we need to start. Madam Speaker, that was my observation, and I wanted to urge the government side to think of how they can have a professional EACC, a professional DCI, because even the DCI, Madam Speaker, these people will never conduct professional investigations. What they will do is that as long as you are a target of government, the government will send all of us, will send these people to all of us, to all our officers, and they will be announcing how they are investigating me, they are investigating so and so. And in the end, that will be the end of the story, because they will never find anything substantial to take to court. So I want to urge the government to consider
aspects of investigation that can be professional and that can lead to successful prosecution and successful fight for corruption. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Before I give the next speaker, allow me to recognize students from Dr. Wachira Secondary School, Laikipia West constituency, Laikipia County. The member is not in the house, would have confirmed whether this school is named after him. But allow me to, on your behalf and the house, to welcome the students to observe the proceedings of this house. Order members, the school is called Dr. Wachira Secondary School, Laikipia West constituency, and Laikipia County. So I thought the coincidence is quite something. Honorable Bowen, I will indulge you for a minute. Maybe you have the brief from the Member of Parliament.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to welcome the secondary school of Dr. Wachira Karani in Laikipia. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Member of Parliament, I want to welcome them to this house. Madam Speaker, I went together with Dr. Wachira for an arambe, together with the current president when he was the deputy president, to Laikipia to fundraise for this school. And want to welcome them to Parliament, and together with also other learners who are in Parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Kangogo. The next speaker will be the member for Sotik. Are you in the house? If not, the Honorable George Gitonga Murugara, member for Tharaka.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, which we are debating this afternoon. It's important to begin by saying that a Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill seeks to amend various statutes in an omnibus act of Parliament, such as this one. We have been accused previously that we actually sometimes sneak in amendments which are not supposed to come into a Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill. But I wish to confirm that as far as this one is concerned, the various acts proposed to be amended actually deserve the amendments, and what we are introducing in most of these amendments are minute housekeeping amendments which do not go into the core and substance of that particular individual act. By so doing thus, we are able to amend many acts without having to bring to the House many bills touching on each act, which is actually supposed to be the long process required by our laws. Madam Speaker, we have proposed to amend several acts. And let me begin with the Judicature Act, which is the first one on the Memorandum of Objects to the Act. The proposal we have, and the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, which was actually the lead committee as far as this bill was concerned, did consider some of these amendments, including the Judicature Act. It is proposed that the number of the Court of Appeal judges be increased from 30 to 70. We will be debating this, especially during the third reading of the bill, when it comes to whether we should be moving from 30 to 70 and whether the number is actually not too high. However, there is room for an increase to a number in between 30 and 70, and therefore the report of the committee is clear on the proposal we have made here that we should actually be settling at 45. We believe that is reasonable, and then we will be urging the House to support. There are other proposed amendments, and including the Appellate Jurisdiction Act. Again, here we have to ensure that our laws are aligned to the Constitution, because some of these laws we have today are so old. They were actually passed during the colonial period when the structure of government was totally different, and especially so different from the structure of government we got in 2010 when the new constitution was promulgated. Therefore, you would find in some areas, especially on prosecution, that's why you hear the Penal Code, the Criminal Procedure Code being amended, because the government prosecutor was the Honorable Attorney General, and he had a department in which there were public prosecutions. Today, prosecutions in the country are done by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP. Therefore, it is necessary to amend some of these laws to align them with the constitutional provisions that we have in the new Constitution of 2010. And we go down, including the Vexatious Proceedings Act. Some of these laws may sound very new to everybody, because what are vexatious proceedings? Severally, you have heard many people saying one of our members in the Senate is a vexatious litigant. You do not become a vexatious litigant until you are declared so by the court. And this is the reason why many people go to court, some of them fully vexatious. They really go there to vex people, annoy them, and ensure that even the government is not happy with them. But we have to get you declared a vexatious litigant, and the applicant used to be the Honorable Attorney General for you to be declared a vexatious litigant. So we have to amend this to ensure that now it is not the Honorable Attorney General, it is the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. An allusion has been made to the Bribery Act. And again, these are some of the acts which even their own title itself makes you wonder what sort of a law this is. What is the Bribery Act? What is the Witchcraft Act? In essence, an act of parliament is supposed to tell you the positive thing it is doing. And therefore, when you have the Bribery Act, you may think it is that act which allows Kenyans to conduct themselves in a manner likely to bribe. It is not so. And what we are doing in these amendments is now to state the fact that it should be an anti-bribery act and not the Bribery Act. And even the witchcraft, it should be the Anti-Witchcraft Act, not the Witchcraft Act, because many people may think under the Witchcraft Act we are allowed to become witches and wizards and sorcerers and all those things associated. So it's supposed to be anti-witchcraft. And all the way down, and this is what this law is doing, I must confirm that there was extensive public participation, because courts come in to say we do not conduct public participation in miscellaneous amendments. There was extensive public participation here. The report produced by all the committees that considered these acts will show that people appeared before the committees, they aired their views, and those views have been taken into consideration. Therefore, at the third reading of this bill, we will actually be stating what amendments are required so that we make whatever short amendments, short proposals we have made better than they are. So with those remarks, I beg to support.
Thank you. Member for Mwingi Central, Honorable Gideon Mulungi.
Thank you, Madam
It's Mulungi.
Yeah, Gideon Mulungi. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to support the miscellaneous statutes amendment law. And I would like to start with the matter on KRB. Madam Speaker, considering that the board members are 13, those are too many, and the number of the board members is just there to squander public finances, and therefore reducing the number to 9 in tandem with the Mwongozo and other boards is laudable. Madam Speaker, on the matter of EACC, Madam Speaker, vetting of public servants before appointment, that has been ongoing. Every public entity writes to EACC, and EACC writes back to confirm that there are no pending corruption cases against those officers. But now what I'm hearing is that we are amending that so that EACC will be mandated to vet the officers and make recommendations. Madam Speaker, in my view, I think that is a mandate that can be misused by interested parties at EACC. It can also be misused by politicians. It can be politicized. If Chungwa doesn't want Muliungi to come to Parliament, and with all his powers, he can talk to EACC, and EACC will disqualify me.
Honorable Muliungi, I don't know why you're inviting trouble, but what is out of order?
Chungwa is my friend. I'm actually supporting. But
your seat, Honorable Muliungi.
Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Muliungi is my friend, so I don't take offense when he uses me as an example. But to say that I have immense powers to direct EACC, well, he knows I was just avowing here that EACC is an independent constitutional commission that doesn't work under the directions of anybody. And indeed, Honorable Muliungi, maybe also for information, the amendment does not seek to give EACC powers to vet. It is for EACC to be able to check the suitability of a person who is seeking appointment into a public office. That does not in any way take away powers given to Parliament in terms of vetting of public officers.
Thank
because
you.
Parliament actually does right.
Don't be tempted to debate or to reply. You can do that during replying time. Honorable Muliungi, I'm sure you meant it in jest. Continue.
Madam Speaker, I'm guided. Madam Speaker, on the matter of public and private entities being investigated and charged, I think in every corruption case, there is a giver and a taker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I agree that we should amend the law so that the giver and the taker are both prosecuted. And I support that 100%. Madam Speaker, I also want to implore on the architects of these amendments, JLAC, on the matter of EACC officers. We have come across EACC officers who are also corrupt. As much as EACC officers investigate public officers and private entities, who also investigates EACC officers who are corrupt. So you need to look at that and see what needs to be done so that even the EACC officers conduct themselves with a high level of integrity. On the matter of appeal judges, Madam Speaker, increasing from 30 to 70 and then 45, I'm not sure what scientific formula has been used to arrive at those figures. I would be more comfortable if the committee would have looked at the pending cases, the backlog of cases in court, so that you are telling us we are increasing this number to clear the pending cases within a certain period of time, instead of coming with an arbitrary finger, which is going to eat into the national cake of public finances. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Dagoretti South, Honorable John Waweru.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity. And Madam Speaker, it's not very often that Parliament gets the opportunity to work on an omnibus bill. And this happens to be one of those, a miscellaneous bill that comes loaded with quite a number of amendments that are sought to be amended, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, being an omnibus bill, I will only concern myself to a few of them. Madam Speaker, on the onset, I want to say that I support, and if I have any amendments, I shall be presenting them at the Committee of the Whole House, but generally I do support. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons why I am supporting this omnibus bill is because it seeks to delete the expressions that are contained in section 146 of the Penal Code, which is Cap 63, and remove some of these provisions that seem discriminatory to people who have mental conditions. Madam Speaker, when we talk about the issue of mental health, most of us, what rings in our heads is the whole Mathare hospital situation. But Madam Speaker, I'd like to put it very clearly that there are so many people who are walking around this town who actually are living with a mental condition. Madam Speaker, this city is replete with people who are managing their mental condition situations. Some may be extreme, while others might be mild. Even in this house, Madam Speaker, I'm not embarrassed to say that we
2023. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to lay.
Next order.
And they visited upon our farmers and decided to graze on the farms. Incidentally, the rangers, the game rangers from the wildlife services were accompanying them. And they basically were guarding them to graze on the farms. Honourable Speaker, peculiarly, they even had carried forms for people to apply for compensation. And this is a particular case that was punitive. They grazed on the farms to keep the animals alive and get the people hungry. Honourable Speaker, I think the wildlife services need to be serious about compensation and about taking care of people's property. I support this particular petition. Thank you.
Member for Tharaka. Honorable Mayaka, you can only inform a member who is on their feet. No one has started even speaking. Honorable Member for Tharaka, go on.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's a very timely petition that has been brought to the House. And I would request the Committee on Petitions to consider the petition vis-a-vis all the national parks we have in the country. Those facts, as enumerated, would actually turn around and fit the case of the Meru National Park, which borders Meru County and Tharaka Nithi County, because we actually have grazing that goes in there. It is unlawful. It's from certain communities, while other communities are restrained from actually grazing in the Meru National Park. We also have a lot of conflict as far as wildlife is concerned with human beings. Wildlife crossing over the Ura River into Tharaka constituency from the Meru National Park. And as has been said, you cannot kill that wildlife because you've been great trouble with the KWS. But we are also considering what are called corridors in these national parks, such that either livestock can move across or there can be trade between the counties that border these national parks by creating corridors in between in the form of roads or other avenues which can be useful to human beings as we also conserve wildlife. So this is a timely petition and I'm in support. Thank you.
Member for Yatta. Mayaka, I will indulge you, but we'll finish the comments on this petition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, my brother Bwire, for bringing this petition. I stand to support it. Actually, this issue goes beyond areas with game reserves. In Yatta, I have an area called B2. This animal-human conflict has been a major problem. So since this is not the first petition, we need to have a regulation to manage animal-human conflict. So I support. I thank my brother once again. Thank you.
Member for Mara, Honorable Kareke Mbiuki.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I like to support this petition and note, Madam Speaker, that this House is seized with this matter on quite a number of petitions. We are all aware that the Cabinet Secretary last month was seized with this matter, whereby this House had more than 20 questions tried to address the same matter of human wildlife conflict. Madam Speaker, this is an extremely very weighty matter, whereby as the chair of Committee of Tourism and Wildlife, the committee is formally seized with this matter. We have formed an inquiry whereby we are going to look in terms of these issues of human wildlife conflict in holistic, Madam Speaker. We need to look in terms of mitigations which need to be done to ensure that the conflict it is minimized. Madam Speaker, we need to look in terms of compensation and also to look in terms of the law and the legislative agenda so that at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we can ensure that the law and the law is viable so that it can be able to help us mitigate on this matter. Madam Speaker, what I want to encourage members, because the committee is undertaking an inquiry on human wildlife conflict, it is for the members who have cases involving human wildlife conflict to channel it through the committee so that we can be able to look at it in holistic and be able to find a permanent solution, Madam Speaker. At the same time, Madam Speaker, our biggest problem when it comes to compensation it is the budget. As we see it, Madam Speaker, we have outstanding bill of more than 6 billion Kenya shillings of the outstanding confirmed, verified claims, Madam Speaker. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the amount of money which as a committee we are able to secure through the budget committee, it is less than 1 billion per financial year, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I also want to urge the members, when it comes to sourcing the financing through the budget committee, all of us to come in support so that we can be able to.
Honorable members, I would like to bring this to a close, but I will give the member for Isiolo South as the last one. The time is up for the public petition comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. First and foremost, I want to thank the member Bwire for bringing up this motion, this petition. Madam Speaker, my constituency is bordered by Meru National Park. In fact, the whole part of half of the whole area border on the northern side and on the eastern side borders my constituency. And you know very well, Isiolo is purely a community land. The land in Isiolo is community land. And on this other side, the western side, the southern side of Meru National Park is fenced by electric fence. Kenya Wildlife Services against the farmers. So the open side is the side of my constituency. And every other time when we have wildlife moves out of the parks into my constituency as a dispersal area and corridors to my constituency. But we have never had any problems about poaching or any other things. Our community has been mindful about wildlife whenever they are out of the parks. But then during the drought, when it comes, the Kenya Wildlife Services does not care about what livestock going into the park, at least for survival. What they are doing is more than inhuman because they use helicopters to chase those weak animals, and sometimes most of them die in the field. So we need to think about, we the pastoralists who are neighboring protected areas, we need to come back together, sit down together, and then see what we can best be doing about these relations between wildlife and human world.
Thank you. We have closed this issue. Comments on this issue, it will be committed to the Public Petition Committee. Before we go to the next issue, allow me to recognize students in the public gallery. Dogamano Secondary School from Kegumo constituency, Moranga County. Merorere Boys Secondary School from Imenti South constituency, Meru County. University students from Kipipiri constituency who have scored straight A's from Kipipiri constituency, Nyandarua County. And on that, I will indulge Honorable Member for Kipipiri for a minute to welcome all of them.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I take this opportunity to welcome all our guests at the public and speakers gallery, both students, non-students, and in a special way, the university students from Kipipiri constituency who scored straight A's, who are an inspiration to other students, and I encourage other students to continue performing the very best, and they can find their way here in Parliament to observe the proceeding. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kipipiri. Honorable Mayaka, what is out of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm actually very worried that today I went to a public toilet and I found that they actually have condoms for free in public toilets. And yet we even have students here and they're crying about lack of pads in their different institutions. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to say it here. We still don't understand why a simple thing like a pad, the children in our schools cannot have pads. They don't have pads in school. We don't have money allocated for pads. And Honorable Speaker, you can see that the women legislators are very upset because we want to demand and ensure that the money for pads comes to women reps. So Honorable Speaker, that is my point of order. Pads, sanitary towels, pads, 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 pads,
Order. Order, members.
Pads, 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 pads.
Order, members. Honorable members. Honorable members. I also use pads. I have periods. Please take your seats. 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 Honorable members, Honorable Watch, I'll give you the mic. Let us listen to each other. Honorable Watch, member for Madare.
Honorable members, ladies, I actually support your quest. Allow me my point of order. Pads for our girls, and I also have a girl, so I support. Can you allow me the point of order? Yes, including the daughter of the majority leader. For all of them, we all support, including that of the majority leader and myself. We have heard you. Can you allow me the point of order? We have heard you.
Honorable members, the member for Madare is actually supporting you. Let us hear
allow me my
the
point
member
of order.
for Madare.
I support.
You have made your point. Please take your seats.
Yes.
Honorable Watch, go the first one.
First, allow me to raise this point of order as I support the no pads, no movement, and I can see the majority leader nodding because he always says he has a daughter, and so do I. But the point raised by Honorable Mayaka is a very serious one, which I think this House needs to inquire. Beyond the pads that must be provided to our school-going children, and my constituency
and informal settlements are worst hit, as I am sure the rural areas. But am I in order to ask that a serious problem then needs to be inquired as to what condoms are doing in our ladies' toilets in Parliament when there are no pads in our schools? I have not finished. Madam Speaker, may I conclude? May I conclude by asking?
The member for Madare is on a point of order.
I'm on a point of order.
30 seconds, honorable member.
I'm a point of order. Am I in order to ask our Committee on Social Welfare of this Bunge to answer the questions? Do you have so much money to waste that you can put condoms in our toilets when members lack facilities and our girls in informal settlements lack pads? Am I in order to ask that this committee should be asked to put a statement to answer to this question? Thank you.
Honorable members, remember this issue came here yesterday. It has come many times. It is an issue of national importance. That one, we are on the same page. Honorable members, I know Honorable Member for Kisii had drafted a statement on that issue. She didn't do it on time, but I will indulge you for a minute, not to move the statement, but to make a comment, but also prepare the House for the actual statement that will come to the floor. So I would hope that we listen to each other so that we make progress. I'll indulge a few more people. I will give now Honorable Member for Honorable Kangogo Bowen, then I will give Honorable Donya Toto. The issue of pads is for both gender. Yes. Honorable Kangogo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I walked in when our lady members of parliament, they were on their feet and shouting parts. And I thought maybe they were seeking to be given, to be provided. But now I'm informed, actually, Madam Speaker, that they are speaking for our girls. Madam Speaker, I'm a father of many girls. Many girls, I'm a father of my own girls and the father of girls of Marakwet East, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, if you go to the constituencies we come from, especially the remote areas where we come from, our young girls, Madam Speaker, many of them, they have dropped the schools because of just a simple reason of lack of sanitary pads. So, Madam Speaker, I want to support our members of parliament, the female members of parliament here in this case, that our girls must be provided with sanitary pads, given that this parliament passed budget for sanitary pads. I'm told 940 million, Madam Speaker. If that is the case, Madam Speaker, and our girls are going without sanitary pads, the CS for Education and the PH Education, or the gender, the ministry concerned, Madam Speaker, must appear before this House and tell us what happened with the monies we appropriated for sanitary pads for our girls. I want to assure our female colleagues here that as men members of parliament here, we are supporting you 100% in this one.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kangogo. And this issue came yesterday, and it was a clear direction by the Speaker. The two ministries, Honorable Majority Leader, we will need to have the two ministers appear before the House. Honorable Member for Kisii.
I need this. Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. As you can hear, my voice is something else because we want justice for our girls. Girls are lured with love messages. I love you. That is from boys because they know if they tell them, I love you, they will say, if you love me, what will you give me? I'll buy you sanitary pads because they can't afford. 70 shillings, Madam Speaker, in the village. Where can you get the sanitary pads? When I read in the news that CS gender is a female, I said, oh Jesus, our issues are going to vanish. But we are still languishing in poverty. We are suffering. This thing should be done once and for all. We should not even say we are calling them to come and to come. They've already seen what we are debating. What we are saying is and I repeat, I said yesterday, CS is a good friend of mine. We come from the same village. Let me tell him, Omogaka, Kayabana sanitary pads.
Order. Order, Honorable Donya. We only have 3 languages for parliament. That is English, Kiswahili, and sign language that can be used. I want to close this debate, but before I do, member for Booth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am a proud father of 2 girls. Including a 3rd one, my wife. The dignity of our children.
Are you saying you're the father of your wife?
No, yes. I have three girls in my house, 2 daughters and 1 by marriage. Madam Speaker, we must ensure that the dignity of our children, and specifically the girl child, is maintained and preserved. Madam Speaker, inasmuch that we are feeling, we have some people who have no feelings at all, ending ministries, the name of cabinet secretary, the name of permanent secretary. The first thing that these people should have done.
Honorable Nyamai, what is out of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance. I am raising on a point of order, and I would like to find out whether it is in order for the member for Buri to say that he is a father to his wife, to his daughters, and to his wife. Madam Speaker, is it in order?
Honorable member, I think the member of Buri already clarified and said he has 3 women, including the daughters and the wife in the house. So allow him to complete.
Madam, I have a lot of reservation for my senior. I'm sure she was asleep. She was dreaming about what is going to happen in Kitui Central because the girls are going to revolt against her. So what I'm saying, Madam Speaker,
do not cast aspersions, Honorable member for Buri, and it is Kitui South.
Oh, Kitui South, I correct. Apologies.
Honorable member for Buri.
I withdrew. She wasn't asleep.
Finish your statement.
Madam
Wind
Speaker,
up your statement.
Madam Speaker, I'm talking on behalf of girls.
He has already withdrawn, Honorable member. He has withdrawn. So let it go.
You see, she was not listening again. That's another problem that I have. Madam Speaker,
please continue.
Madam Speaker, we have to guarantee the dignity of our women and the dignity of our daughters. As a father, I have a moral responsibility to ensure that the monies that are set aside, or rather were promised by the ministry, is delivered. So with all due respect, fellow members, this is not an issue of women, it is an issue of a sector of our society that is being downgraded by insensitive administration under the ministry.
Honorable Chikati.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on my right, I'm seated with female members of parliament, around 6 of them, and they want my voice on this. And around 1 million girls miss school every month in Kenya because of lack of sanitary towels. That is a very big number that at different intervals they do not attend school because of lack of sanitary pads. 2, in my constituency in Tongaren, I have around 170 schools. 90% of those has girls. Madam Speaker, we are moving into the exam period, right from the end of this month to the end of the year. And many girls are going to lose exams because of menstrual hygiene. And therefore, I'm supporting this motion fully, that we need to do, the money which was appropriated need to be dispersed through members of parliament to distribute this standard, female members of parliament, to distribute this money directly to the concerned targets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Sabina.
And I'm speaking as the MP of Yesu Tongaren, who cares a lot for the girls, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member for Muranga, not from Muranga, nominated member.
The party leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to put my voice on this. Madam Speaker, I want to remind this House that in the 12th Parliament, we moved the issue of sanitary pads, actually it was 11th, from Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Gender, so that the female county MPs who are in this House can be able to distribute these sanitary towels to the schools. And what advised us, Madam Speaker, then was because from the Ministry of Education, we couldn't really trace where the sanitary pads were going. So I hope, Madam Speaker, as the leader of majority summons the CSs here, that not only do we need these sanitary pads to be purchased, but also the county women MPs to be given the responsibility to take these sanitary towels to their schools so that all the girls can benefit. We are able to trace and see which constituencies are not benefiting. Madam Speaker, we cannot afford our girls to get pregnant, teenage pregnancy, some of them to fail school because of sanitary towels. Madam Speaker, if they cannot be able to afford, then why should we, and I know somebody mentioned, have condoms in the toilets? Why should we, It's not the man, and I again want to clarify, this is in every public place, you'll find condoms. It's not in parliament. It's not in parliament.
Honorable Member Sabina, do not respond to Honorable Junet.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, do not. And I want to confirm, it's not only men who use condoms, even women use condoms.
Exactly. So anyway, Madam Speaker, what we are saying, this issue of sanitary towels should be taken with the seriousness that it deserves, and our girls should be given sanitary towels today and not tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I will give the chair of education to say something, then I will give Kewopa chair, and we will close this matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to support the women members of Parliament who've just spoken. And I want to say that the issue of sanitary pads is an issue affecting every family, every child, every home, and is a right for every young girl in this republic. Madam Speaker, as Honorable Member Sabina Cheka has just put it, we agreed in the 11th Parliament that the sanitary pads be distributed and be taken to the Ministry of Gender and be given the county members of Parliament. Last week, or about 2 weeks ago, the CS Education was in this house. And he actually said the same, that the CS Gender is responsible for this. I think that the two need actually to come here. CS Gender is a former women member of Parliament. And she's supposed to come here and tell us where are the sanitary pads, what are they doing, and why are they delaying with it. In fact, we voted about 940 million for this, and therefore, this thing needs to be taken very seriously. We support you, and we want our girls to have sanitary towels immediately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kewapa Chairperson, Honorable Lea Sankaire.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I take this opportunity to also add my voice to the same. I think the issue of sanitary towels is a national issue that we all need to see how we are going to work on it so that the sanitary towels can get to our girls. Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that this is the third time or so that we are raising this matter in Parliament. We have been raising it outside Parliament. We have gone to the corridors of the CSs and the PS, but with no fruitful results. Madam Speaker, we have decided to bring this matter today before the House because for us it's not just a girls' issue, it's a national issue. The issue of sanitary towels does not only affect the girls, but affects our families wholesomely. A girl missing school for 3 or 4 days every month simply because they cannot afford sanitary towels is not a small issue. It's a national issue that we need to discuss as members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, when we passed the budget in this House, we appropriated 940 million towards the purchase of sanitary towels for our girls, and it's unfortunate that about 4 months down the line, the sanitary towels are not yet with us. Every single day, women reps goes back home. We get calls from the village, we get calls from the head teachers, we get calls right, left, and center, telling us of the number of girls that are staying at home because they cannot afford the sanitary towels, and we have no answer because someone responsible on that is not doing their job. Madam Speaker, we are simply asking, can the 440 million be channeled to the women representative so that 940 million be channeled to the women representative so that they can procure these sanitary towels, they are conversant with their counties.
Thank you. Honorable members will put a close to the debate on this issue. The chair of Health Committee, the chair of Education Committee, and the majority leader will give a commitment on when and how we resolve this issue. Majority leader, give a way forward on that issue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I hear the Honorable Irene Mayaka saying I'm a father to girls, which is indeed true. I'm a father to 4 very beautiful girls. And 2 of them are teenagers, so I want to believe they are in need of sanitary towels. But since their father is able to provide for them, there are millions of other Kenyan girls whose fathers and mothers cannot afford to provide sanitary towels for them. And we cannot overstate the need to get sanitary towels to our young ladies in schools, and if possible, even to mothers in markets who cannot afford. Honorable Speaker, you know, many people in government take it that the political class ask for these things for the sake. But the political class, including our very gracious women reps, ask for these things because they're in touch with the people and they know the problems that the people are living with. And as you have directed, Honorable Speaker, you know, this function has been a CISO, as Honorable Sabina Chege has said, and she has been the chair of education. She chaired the health committee in the last parliament also. And now I know we have the Social Protection Committee in our standing orders. But there has been a CISO between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Gender and Public Service. And Honorable Speaker, at one point this function was in the Ministry of Gender, then moved to Education. Now I'm told it is back to Gender, and it's uncertain. As I speak, I cannot speak with certainty where the funds currently reside. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I will commit to get a statement, a joint statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Education and the Cabinet Secretary for Gender. First to tell us, if because we appropriated money, for all I can remember, in the last financial year we appropriated money for sanitary towels. In this financial year we have also appropriated money for sanitary towels. So we must know from the last financial year, what did that money do if it is indeed true that there are no sanitary towels in our schools? In this financial year, have they procured? Have they delivered? And what are they doing to make sure that that last mile delivery to the girls happens and in due course? So I will commit, Honorable Speaker, hopefully by Tuesday next week to give a statement to the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
It is well directed. Note from my direction is not Committee of Health. It is actually the two ministries, Gender and Education. Thank you, Majority Leader. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Committee on Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, on Wednesday, 4th October 2023. Reports of the Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers Committee on the study visit to Ethiopia from 7th to 14th May 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Select Committee on NGCDF. Microphone.
This other. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 4th October 2023. A report of the Select Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund on its consideration of nominees to the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee for Balambala, Gatanga, and Nyeri Town constituencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, October 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the following. 1, the Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2023. 2, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2023. And 3, consideration of the session of paper number 1 of 2023 on the Kenya National Population Policy for Sustainable Development. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson, Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 4th October 2023. Report of the Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library on enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order. Chairperson, Sports. Yeah. Before we go to the next order.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 4th October 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture on the collaboration and partnership meeting on sports and education held in London, United Kingdom from 16th to 23rd June 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member, Chairman, Education Committee. Get the mic to the Chair, Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to issue a statement from the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Honorable Speaker, I arise to give the following statement, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c regarding the infrastructure development funds for junior secondary schools.
Honorable Meli, I think you're not on this order. Hold on, we are on papers. We are on papers. Order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Select Committee on NGCDF.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund on 3 constituency committees laid on the table of the House Wednesday, 4th October 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(1) and 43(2) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015, approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 3 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. 1, Balambala Constituency. 2, Gatanga Constituency. And 3, Nyeri Town Constituency. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one will be Honorable Gathoni Mushomba. Mushomba, member for Githunguri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, 4th of October, I seek to give the following motion: establishment of national policy to combat obstetric violence in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, that aware that Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution provides for the right of every person to access the highest attainable standard of health, further aware that poor quality of health services, especially maternal care, has been a recurring concern among women in the country, noting that there is increased pre- and postpartum mistreatment and dehumanized care of women by healthcare providers, also known as obstetric violence. Further noting that obstetric violence includes, but not limited to, disrespectful and abusive behavior, physical and verbal abuse, neglect, forced medical procedures, humiliation and assault in the healthcare settings and compounds, concerned that sustained class-based disparities shape different maternal and infant health outcomes, with the women, more specifically in low socioeconomic status, experiencing greater levels of obstetric violence. Further concerned that this is not only affecting women's physical and mental health, but also impacts on the overall health outcomes of mothers and their newborns, significantly contributing to higher maternal mortality rates, cognizant to the fact that there is existing no national policy or framework to address and prevent obstetric violence. Now, therefore, this House resolves that national government, through the Ministry of Health, develops a policy on prevention of obstetric violence in healthcare facilities in the country, and provide a framework for regular monitoring and reporting of the cases to curb incidences of pre- and postpartum mistreatment of women seeking health services. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next one will be the Chairperson Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library on enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 4th October 2023. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next one will be Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the following notice of motion. Consideration of the session of paper number 1 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the session of paper number 1 of 2023 on Kenya National Population Policy for Sustainable Development, laid on the table of the House this afternoon, Wednesday, the 4th of October, 2023.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, we will, for the convenience of the House, change the order of the order paper a bit. We'll go to order number 8, then we will revert back to order number 7.
Order number 8, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 60 of 2022. Second reading, question to be put.
I therefore put the question that the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 60 of 2022, be read as second of 2022 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to make minor amendments to the statute law. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Order, members. On this one, before we get the CS, we'll have a few members do statements. Honorable Jerry Maina, member for Kirinyaga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 44-2E. I wish to make a personal statement regarding an assault on me by known assailants in Kirinyaga County. Honorable Speaker, on 22nd August 2023, while on duty in Kirinyaga County, I became the target of a politically instigated assault that resulted in severe injuries and immediate hospitalization. This harrowing incident has left a lasting effect on me and the people of Kirinyaga and brought alive the reality of the tumultuous political landscape. Honorable Speaker, as a young leader, I've always believed in the power of politics and its potential of bringing positive change in the society. I have dedicated myself to making a difference in the lives of my constituents through my political participation. However, the events of that day shattered my idealistic view of politics and exposed the dark underbelly of power struggles and political rivalries in Kirinyaga County. Notably, the planners, facilitators, and executors of this heinous attack are well known to me, led by Governor Anne Waiguru. Honorable Speaker, the pursuit of political power should never come at the expense of human life and dignity. It is unfathomable that some individuals are willing to go to extreme lengths, including resorting to violence, to achieve their political ambitions and neutralize perceived threats. The attack serves as a stark reminder that the space for young leaders in politics is often under attack and fraught with danger. Nevertheless, we must not be discouraged, but must remain resilient. Our voices have to be heard. As young leaders, we have fresh perspectives, innovative ideas, and the passion to effect real change. It is time for us to step up and take our rightful place in the political arena. Honorable Speaker, my predicament is a call to action for all leaders. We must advocate for political tolerance and create space where differing opinions can coexist. Violence should never be used as an option for settling political scores. Together, we can shape a brighter future for our nation, one that is built on the principles of tolerance, inclusivity, and progress. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I extend my sincere appreciation to my constituents and my colleagues in Parliament for the overwhelming support during the difficult period. To the people of Kirinyaga, I assure you, I am committed to serving you diligently and in articulating your interests and concerns without fear or favor, come whatever may. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kirinyaga. This being a personal statement, no comment will be made. The next statement will be the member for Tinderet. Honorable members, I know you wanted to speak to this, I can see the interest, but read your standing orders. 42E. 44.2E, you cannot make any comments on a personal statement. Chairperson, Education Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to issue a statement as a chairperson of the Madam Committee on Education. Honorable Speaker, I rise to give the following statement pursuant to Standing Order number 44.2B regarding the infrastructure development for junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, you may wish to note that the National Treasury allocated the Ministry of Education, State Department for Basic Education 3.379 billion shillings in the 2023-2024 financial year for the construction of classrooms and integrated learning resources centers within the junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, the amount is a conditional grant and as proposed to be jointly managed by the Ministry of Education and a National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, to ensure synergy and timeless implementation of the program. Madam Speaker, the amount is allocated to all constituencies based on grade 7 enrollment, and each constituency will merge a shilling for a shilling as a requirement. The 2023-2024 constituency proposals must have a Ministry of Education input approved by the board. In addition, as a further requirement, NGCDF must incorporate or should incorporate sub-county education officers and deputy county commissioners in identifying the beneficiary schools and implementation of the projects. Madam Speaker, the statement also has an attachment. In this statement, there is an attachment of all the monies that shall actually be wired to all the constituencies across the country, and it shall actually be based on the number of classrooms or class 7 classrooms every constituency is going to have. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the chair for the budget committee, because in my presentation to the budget committee during the 2023-2024 budget, I actually proposed that these infrastructure funds be taken to every constituency so that the member of parliament can manage it and actually stop the members going to the ministry to plead for these resources. These resources have been actually subdivided to go to every constituency based on the population of that particular constituency or county. As indicated in the table, it shall actually be divided based on the number of schools and the population for each constituency. Madam Speaker, the Committee of Education also saw it wise that in future, when we have more infrastructure funds, it shall be channeled through the NGCDF, where the member of parliament is actually able to make sure that this money is given to specific needy areas. Madam Speaker, I've sat in this parliament for the last 10 years, and I've realized that certain members of parliament could go line up in the Ministry of Education pleading for infrastructure funds, and they could not get it. But this time, with the wisdom of the government of the day, of the Excellency President William Ruto, we have seen it right that this money be taken straight away to the constituencies, and every constituency member, it shall actually be ring-fenced to build the grade 7, grade 8, and grade 9 classrooms or laboratories, and the ministry is asking that you add the shillings that you have been given, and for those who have not, who have gotten that amount. From this document, I have seen areas where there are a lot of population, they get more money, which is actually the reason why, even in our last discussion, even in the NGCDF, the higher the population, the more the amount. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Before I call the next statement, allow me to recognize in the public gallery members visiting Parliament, PCA Iferega Church Women's Guild, Chuka Igambangombe constituency, Tharaka-Nithi County, seated in the public gallery. On my own behalf and of the House, we welcome you to observe the proceedings of the House. We will give the next opportunity to the member for Mathare. And honorable member for Mathare, before you do your statement, I would like members to be very aware of standing order number 43, that when you want to make a general statement, it is after 6:30 on Tuesdays. So yours has been allowed by the indulgence of the Speaker.
Thank you. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the indulgence. I rise to raise this general statement on deployment of 1,000 Kenya police officers to the Republic of Haiti. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43.1, I wish to make a general statement regarding the planned deployment of 1,000 police officers to the Republic of Haiti. As a House, we appreciate that as part of fulfillment of international obligations to the international cause, Kenya, as a member of the community of nations, is obliged to take certain measures, including security interventions abroad. It is on this backdrop that the Kenya government is believed to have committed to deploy 1,000 police officers to the Republic of Haiti to assist in restoring law and order. Kenya's police mission to the Republic of Haiti has since been ratified by the United Nations Security Council. Honorable Speaker, service of Kenya police officers outside Kenya on a reciprocal arrangement with reciprocating countries is guided by parts 15 of the National Police Service Act 2011. Of note, Section 107 and 108 of the Act presupposes 3 conditions that must prevail before the President orders any such number of police officers to proceed on another country for service. First, there must be in place a legitimate government. Second, there must be reciprocity. And third, there must be a request from the reciprocating country. The government ought to assure Kenyans that the planned deployment meets the conditions set out in the Act. In addition, there have been sad reports of Kenya police officers falling victim when combating local criminal gangs in the country. There is need for the country to be assured that the Kenya police is adequately suited to undertake the foreign mission in terms of technical preparedness and capabilities, knowledge of the Haitian terrain, and the language cultural awareness. It is also important that the nation at large and families of officers who will be selected to undertake the mission in Haiti, in particular, be guaranteed that adequate measures have been put in place to mitigate casualties and to cushion families of the deployed officers from psychological trauma associated with deployment, including the sad eventualities of losing their loved ones abroad. Honorable Speaker, Article 208 of the Constitution envisages national security as the protection against internal and external threats to Kenya's territorial integrity and sovereignty, its people, their rights, freedom, property, peace, stability, and prosperity, and other national interests. The country has been experiencing an increase in the number of insecurity cases in several parts of the country, where hopeless Kenyans continue to bear the brunt of attack by criminals and terrorist gangs. It is a matter of concern that the government ought to first assure security and a surplus to deploy on missions abroad. As a matter of fact, stabilizing homeland security takes precedent over committing the police officers abroad. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I call on the government to treat the deployment of Kenya police officers to the Republic of Haiti with abundance of caution and exercise a well-calculated balance between national interest and global interest so as to not jeopardize national security. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed today, Member for Parliament, Mathare constituency. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mathare. Honorable members, Standing Orders 43, you can read it all the way to 3, has given the leeway for the Speaker to exert discretion. So I'll give 3 comments of a maximum of 3 minutes each. Then we will get to the CS because she's already here. I'll give the Leader of Minority first.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for using your discretion very, very wisely in the manner you've done. Madam Speaker, the issues raised in Honorable Olwach's statement are grave. They are extremely weighty issues that this House must get seized of. Madam Speaker, even as we speak, and from what we are reading and hearing on international media, it is not clear who made the request for the Kenyan government to send police officers to Haiti. We don't know that it's the US government. We don't know that it's the Haiti government. We don't know whether it is the UN. Even though later on the UN passed a resolution at the Security Council. But that was a very general resolution. It did not specify that Kenya was even to lead that mission. I was very keen. That Security Council resolution did not name Kenya as the leader of that mission, that very dangerous mission. So it behoves, even as we wait for the CS to come here next week to explain, we must express ourselves as a house that this is an extremely dangerous adventure. Extremely dangerous adventure, which is ill-thought, which is reckless, and which is, I would say, very careless. It is extremely careless of whoever has conceived of this very, very ill-conceived notion. Madam Speaker, I conclude. I conclude that even as the CS comes, let the House register its feelings. And there's no point of trying to say, no. Just wait. You will talk, Honorable Pukose. Yes. As far as I know, you have got no expertise on Haiti matters. Just relax and deal with the health issues. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking from a point of authority and knowledge. Yes. We cannot use our children as guinea pigs on an international arena. Our children cannot be used as guinea pigs on an international arena. Why can't the U.S. send its policemen to Haiti, which is next door? Haiti is just next door. They can even go by boat.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Honorable Member for Endebess.
Madam Speaker, I want to make a comment on the statement by the Honorable Anthony Lodge on Kenya taking its police officers to Haiti. And I want to dissociate myself from the comments made by the Minority Leader with all due respect, that Kenya has been known to participate in international peacekeeping missions, whether in Somalia, whether in Namibia, whether in Darfur, and many other places. So, Honorable Speaker, because of the distinguished service of our servicemen, whether in the military, lately in Congo, EDRC Congo, in Goma area, or even our police officers, I think it is not in good faith to condemn a noble action which our police officers are going to carry out in Haiti. And the UN, when they discussed and made resolutions, it was actually unanimously passed to support Kenya's mission of 1,000. I know there was abstaining by China and Russia. I'm well informed about that. But it was unanimous, because abstaining does not mean opposition. And therefore, I think we should be able to respect the decision of the government and give all the support necessary to our police officers to carry out peaceful missions in their new mandate, which is under the UN in Haiti. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I want to support the decision by our police officers.
Honorable Junet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is one of the most dangerous missions that the government of the Republic of Kenya has ever sent outside this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, numbers don't lie. The statistics are very clear. In the last 9 months, 2,400 people were killed in Haiti by gangs. 900 women were raped. 900 people were maimed. The statistics are there in black and white, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a country that has killed, I don't know, 3 or 4 presidents of theirs. 4. And you're sending here people who normally carry, these jembe rungus to just beat us, Azimio people in the street here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you think it is a business of jembe rungus in town here, there? Madam Speaker, this is a serious matter, and I want to thank Honorable Oluoch for bringing it. Madam Speaker, this is a matter that requires deep thoughts, Madam Speaker. Look, as a neighbor, we are dealing with insurgents from Somalia on Al-Shabaab, and every day we are having casualties. The shores of Florida is just 2 hours from Haiti, Madam Speaker, by boat. 2 hours only by boat to Florida. Why are you not helping those people? Why do you want to send Kenyans there, Madam Speaker? This one, I strongly oppose, Madam Speaker, and this matter should be brought to Parliament first for debate and ratification before any police officer leaves this country. Otherwise,
your time is up, Honorable Junet. I will indulge the majority leader, but honorable members, also remember, member for Mathare has made a general statement. So there are other avenues of bringing this issue to the floor, but I'll give the majority leader, we close it at that and go to the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me thank the member for Mathare, Honorable Anthony Aloch, for that general statement, which I must commend him because it was done in a rather professional manner, not in a manner to disparage our officers, not in a manner that is unpatriotic, as the leader of minority and the minority whip have endeavored to show their unpatriotism in disparaging our officers, our sons and daughters in uniform. Honorable Speaker, we also can't use this floor to discuss a friendly nation like the United States of America, unless we have a substantive motion that has been brought, and I believe the statement by Honorable Anthony Aloch had nothing to do with the state of the United States. Therefore, even to be imputing improper motive on the United States or indeed our officers who are being deployed in parts of the world, and we are part of the global world and the nations of this world, Honorable Speaker. And I've heard what the Honorable Junet is asking, that they share borders, of course, with other countries, just like the Kenyan state does not share a border with the Democratic Republic of Congo. And our officers are there, with the approval of this House. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, if we are part of the community of nations, we must act as part of that community of nations. Today it is Haiti. Who knows? Tomorrow could be one of our neighbors. Could be us, if we allowed Honorable Junet and Honorable Pio Andai to continue with the reckless civil riots that we saw them engage in earlier this year. That is how countries degenerate to become what Haiti is today. And therefore, being part of the global community of nations, Honorable Speaker, we must be patriotic enough to support our men and women in uniform. And Honorable Speaker, that does not mean that if we are sending our sons and daughters to a faraway country, Honorable Speaker, to serve in the community of nations, the best we can do is to encourage them, not to instill and sell fear to them and their families. That is a height of unpatriotism. That is a height of
Honorable
being
Amboka,
reckless
what is out
as
of order?
leaders.
Madam Speaker, is the Honorable Ichungwa in order to continually discuss our leaders, Azimio leaders, in bad light while knowing that the Kenyan police are not trained in the military affairs and are going to die in Haiti? Is he?
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, please allow me to ignore the Honorable Jack Wamboka, the member for Bumula, because he may not understand some of these things and we understand him. Because, Honorable Speaker, I was saying the police are going to Haiti on a policing mission to restore law and order like they do every day. Honorable Speaker, they are not going into a nation where there is war. And there's a whole difference between restoring law and order. That is why we are not sending the Kenyan Defense Forces. We are sending the police to restore, to deal with gangs, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that particular, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from these unnecessary interjections by people who
Actually, Majority Leader, we had capped 2 minutes. Kindly wind up.
Let me finish. It's only that I'm being interrupted by this otherwise reckless shouting by the people on the front bench. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, let us be patriotic enough not to sell fear to our officers, to encourage our officers. Many young men and women in this country are waiting for police recruitment to
Majority
join
Leader,
those
do you want to
forces.
be informed by Honorable Junet?
I definitely would not desire to be informed on any subject.
You have 30
touching
seconds.
on security
Wind
by
up.
the Honorable Junet,
30
not on
seconds.
security.
Majority Leader, 30 seconds.
I do not
Wind
know,
up.
I do not wish to be informed. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, let us allow our officers and as many young Kenyans wait on the waiting lines to join our forces, be it the police service, be it the military. As leaders, we must be in the forefront to show patriotism, to support them, encourage them, and ensure and pray for them as they go to serve the community of nations, Honorable Speaker. The same leaders who are disparaging our police officers here are the same leaders who are crying like small babies to have their security restored, including their top leadership. You should be ashamed of yourselves to be disparaging.
Order, members. Majority Leader, order, members. Order, members. We will not indulge more than that on this issue. The CS Health is in the House. We will go to the questions. We have already overshot the time that we would have had the CS start. So we will have the first questioner, Honorable Mishi Mboko. Ask your question. Honorable Member for Nyando, take your seat. Honorable Mishi, ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raised to ask question 009 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary enumerate the data analysis in respect of cholera cases in areas where oral cholera vaccination exercise was conducted in February 2023? B, state the contribution of International Coordinating Group, ICG, in the cholera vaccination campaign, including the number of vaccine doses and the condition associated with this support in the country. 3, elaborate on the strategies that the Ministry in collaboration with county government have put in place to ensure effective distribution and administration of cholera vaccine in the most affected counties in the ongoing oral cholera vaccination drive. And the last one, state the number of personnel involved and resources allocated to the ongoing oral cholera vaccination drive. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Cabinet Secretary. Please note we have quite some number of questions, so keep your answers short and precise so that we can make progress. Please take the microphone.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. It is indeed an honor and a privilege have been raised by honorable members. Indeed, it's my first time to appear before the full House to directly interact with the honorable members, as my previous engagements have been through the committees. I therefore submit as follows on the question that has been raised by the Honorable Mishi Mboko. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, as a country, we suffer from periodic cholera outbreaks. The current cholera outbreak has been ongoing since October 2022, and to date, the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Interior and National Government Coordination, development partners, religious leaders, the media, and the county governments, we developed 2022 to 2030 National Multi-Sectoral Cholera Elimination Plan, which my colleague at Ministry of Water and myself have endorsed, and it is due for launch this month. The plan aims to implement several promotive, preventive, and response interventions before and during outbreaks. The main interventions include engaging communities to use latrines, practice hand washing with soap and water, use treated or boiled water for drinking, and keep their environments clean. The government is also expanding safe water and sanitation infrastructure across the country. In addition to these traditional cholera prevention and control measures, the country conducted its first oral cholera vaccination campaign in February 2023 in the highest risk sub-counties in line with our multi-sectoral cholera elimination plan. The goal of the national multi-sectoral plan targets to reduce local transmission of cholera cases to 0 by 2030 and reduce cholera deaths to 0 by 2030. We have just concluded the second phase of the campaigns, which was done in August 2023, this past weekend, in 8 sub-counties of Embakasi Central, Kamkunji, Nairobi, Kajiado East in Kajiado, Wajir North in Wajir, Suba South in Homa Bay, Moyale in Marsabit, Mandera East in Mandera. We also targeted institutions in Machakos and new arrival refugees in the refugee camps within Garissa. The August 2023 campaign targets to reach 1.7 million people. The February campaign involved 9 sub-counties in 4 counties, Embakasi East and Mathare, Nairobi, Wajir East and Wajir South in Wajir, Garissa Town, Dadaab, Fafi, Lajera, including the refugee camps, and Bura in Tana River County. We targeted to reach 2.2 million people, and we were able to vaccinate 99.2% of them. As a result of the campaign, we saw a drastic reduction in cholera cases in the affected counties and also nationally in a table that I have attached to my presentation. Speaker and honorable members, the contributions of International Coordinating Group, including vaccine doses and conditions. The International Coordinating Group is an international consortium that brings together 4 members agencies, that is the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, which has a strong country presence for community health promotion, local social resource mobilization, and provides support to states during disasters and epidemics. The second agency is in emergency settings. The third agency